Hello?
I like Mr. Albi. Good morning.
Hello? Yes, good morning.
Just wanted to see if I can hear you, but I can hear you clear. Can you hear me? Okay, let me try and increase volume on my side. How's it now? Oh, okay, thank you. I was just doing sound check. We're about to start now, but I'll let you know. All right, thank you, Mr. Elby.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tsidiso Tipanyani. I'm the CEO of the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm your facilitator for this session in the morning. And without much ado, we will start. I also want to acknowledge all the Deputy Minister of Justice, the DG, and all protocol observed, as well, of course, our next speaker, whom we'll introduce recently. This August, it will be 59 years since Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech of I Have a Dream, where he said that, you know, he has a dream where someday his children will not be judged by the color of their skin or their sex, but by the content of their character. The World Conference also has the same issues that, you know, we are fighting for a world where we will indeed be judged by a character, not by how we look. And today we recognize the 20th anniversary of that conference. But as we can see what's happening in our country today and all over the world, we still have a long way to go to fight the scourge of racism, gender discrimination, and so forth. So we welcome you in that regard. So I'll then quickly hand over to Ms. Dadeline Fransman, just to give a short recap of what happened yesterday. Thank you. Dadeline.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Acknowledging the presence of the Deputy Minister John Jeffrey here today, the DG and all our stakeholders and colleagues. Today, as you know, is the second day of this conference, and the slot that I am just going to manage now is the one on the recap of day one. As you know, not everyone was part of the proceedings, and very important deliberations took place. A lot of it focused on what is required to be done and by when to ensure implementation. So yesterday's proceedings, as you know, contained the formal segment where we had some important inputs and speakers sharing their insights and expertise and experiences that would hopefully assist us as the department working with stakeholders to ensure effective implementation of the National Action Plan to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. One thing that I recall is that it was emphasized to actually use the full name of this document so that, you know, the weight of it is felt and understood. The baseline report to support the National Action Plan was launched. That report contains some extremely useful findings and recommendations, which I think all of us should take the time to look at, to peruse and familiarize ourselves with, because it is only when we formulate and develop our interventions and responses based on empirical evidence and data that we are actually going to make a meaningful impact. The day also involved reflections from various leading institutions such as the South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Gender Equality, I beg your pardon, from the Foundation for Human Rights and the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, where they shared with us some of their findings and reports and numbers, you know, what are the trends and patterns of discrimination and what should be done by who and in what format. So those were quite important as well. And the next panel then looked at the contributions from various stakeholders. So as you can appreciate, there are a myriad of different sectors and stakeholders, many of them having been invited, but we had positive responses from a number of organizations, such as from the LGBTI sector, from the COMSA Institute, and others, as indicated on the program, sharing their experiences and insights also on what could be done and should be done with urgency to ensure the implementation of the National Action Plan. So with that having been done, there is a lot of expectation on what should be happening today. So today, primarily, we're looking at government departments. And I recall also yesterday there were some questions asked about what the purpose of today's, of this entire conference is. And so we realized that not everyone might have been privy to the concept note that had been developed, supporting this event. So just to share again that the event, this conference, is to mark the 20th anniversary of the World Conference against Racism and Racial Discrimination and all the forms of related intolerance that was hosted by South Africa in 2001. So that's over 20 years ago. And this happens also in the context of the department leading the national program for celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Constitution. So with South Africa having been the host of that conference, we also took heed and developed our own national action plan, with the Department of Justice being the focal agency responsible for coordinating implementation by all stakeholders of that action plan. So one of the main objectives of this conference is also to assess progress made to date. We are currently in about halfway through the first 5-year cycle of the National Action Plan Program of Action. And so that is why we have a number of departments that will be speaking today to share what they have been doing and what they intend to do, and also for us to come out with clear ways forward. The entire proceedings of both days is being recorded, and a report will be made available. So do not fear that you are missing out, or information or presentations that's shared that you would not be able to access that. Reports will be made available, and I hope that today we can have further robust discussions and engagements and concrete resolutions with timelines for the way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donnaline. Our next speaker is none other than Judge Albie, as he wants to be referred. He is our former Justice of the Constitutional Court and a human rights activist. He's got a very long CV, which I will not highlight, but just to mention that he's just come back from the US, where he has been awarded with the inaugural award by the George Clooney Foundation. This is recognition of people who have fought for justice and laid their lives in pursuit of justice and human rights. And Albie is being given the inaugural award, as well as a lifetime award for his efforts in pursuing justice. Judge Albie, over to you.
Yes, good morning to everybody. And the story I'm going to tell today actually starts on the day, April the 7th, 1988. I think many people in this room weren't even alive then. But I was a law professor at the University of Witwatersrand in Mozambique, living in exile. It was a public holiday, and I was on my way to the beach. The meetings would be in the afternoon. Something terrible is happening to me. I don't know what it is, and I hear a voice in the darkness saying to me in Portuguese, Albie, this is Eva Corrido speaking. You're in the Maputo Central Hospital. Your arm's in lamentable condition. You must face the future with courage. And into the darkness, I said, what happened? And a woman's voice said it was a car bomb. I fainted, but I fainted into a feeling of excited delirium. I knew I was safe. I was in the hands of Frelimo. I wasn't being kidnapped to be thrown into prison in South Africa. Now, why do I start my presentation today with something that happened in 1988 in Mozambique to me personally? The bomb didn't kill me, but I learned some months afterwards, some of the shrapnel hit a Mozambican passing by, and he died. It was like shattering to me. And I remembered in 1983, a few years earlier, I was standing outside my apartment in Mozambique. I still had two arms then, with Chris Hani, and he was waiting for his wife, Dimpo, to arrive. She'd been flown out of Maseru after a massacre had taken place there. She was coming with two of their three daughters. And I was unlocking all the security gates and so on, and Dimpo arrives, and Klaus, her husband Chris, and a very dramatic, excited voice, she says, and darling, we heard the Boers coming up the steps in our building, shouting, "Hani, we're coming to kill you." And our daughter Neil, who was only 9 at the time, said, "Mommy, you remember what Daddy told us? When the Boers come, you must put your heads down, get under the bed." And she pulled me down. And then we heard the Boers going to the flat next door and opening fire. And we couldn't tell them, "You're going to the wrong flat. You're killing the wrong people." And then eventually the soldiers went away, and Dimpo and two daughters were able to emerge. Phew, and now she's telling Chris this whole story as I let them into my apartment, and Dimpo came to stay with me with the two daughters for about 9 months to be safe from future attacks. So I mention that story as well because there were Basotho people who died because they happened to be living next door to the family of Chris Hani. When there were attacks against the Medu group in Botswana, again, when Mieni was killed, Botswana people were killed. The frontline states in particular paid a huge price for our liberation in South Africa, a price that South Africans today don't understand. When a Mozambican is stabbed to death, as happened some years ago because he's Mozambican, when people are insulted and harried and police stop demanding their passes because they are not South African, the theme of xenophobia arises. And for me, I just want to share with the audience some of my emotions when I hear that our people in our country that now has a wonderful constitution, that at least has political freedom, we can speak our minds, everything is opening up, even if we don't have economic freedom, even if we don't have security, even if many things are going wrong. We've at least got our political liberation. That's huge. And if it hadn't been for the sacrifices of the frontline states, of peoples of Africa, we could still be living under apartheid in this country. And it wasn't just those people who were shot dead by commandos from racist South Africa in those countries. The South African regime, resisting what they called a total onslaught, delivered a total onslaught against the neighboring countries. The whole economy of Mozambique was shattered. A civil war was provoked. Goods were diverted not to go through the port anymore. Commando raids blew up the electricity pylons. We went without electricity so many times of preparation in Mozambique, if you like, for those of us who were there, for the load shedding we have in South Africa today, but on a much, much more devastating scale. There were hundreds of thousands of refugees going to neighboring countries and millions of displaced Mozambicans internally. There were child soldiers. I lost an arm. There's so many Mozambicans without legs because of the mines that were laid at that stage. South Africans don't know this, don't know the price that was paid. And the same can be said of Angola, a bitter civil war that cost literally millions of lives, huge disruption to the economy. There were commando raids into newly independent Zimbabwe and forms of sabotage and assassination there. a country like Tanzania gave us enormous support. Julius Nyerere, one of the great heroes of Africa, hardly mentioned today. A poor country, Tanzania. When the Tanzanian flag came down, the anthem that was sung, the British flag came down, the Tanzanian flag went up, was Nkosi Sikelel' Africa in Swahili. That was the hymn song of freedom for the whole of Africa south of the equator, that sense of African unity being so strong and so profound. So it grieves me to the heart. It grieves me to the heart when I see Black people from other parts of Africa, many fleeing from torture and violation and sexual assault to get asylum in this country, other coming here simply because the economies were disrupted by the whole way in which imperialism and colonialism and this Southern African form of capitalism based on race was developed, producing masses of migrant laborers coming in to work in the mines, to go deep down into the earth, go back to their countries. In the case of Mozambique, earning a pittance with the Portuguese government taking receipts in gold, while the Mozambicans could get a bicycle maybe and a radio and some clothing. So I was accepted as a refugee in Mozambique. I didn't like that title. I said, I'm a freedom fighter, I'm not a refugee. They said, Comrade Albie, please sign on as a refugee, because there are international obligations of countries to receive refugees, and that gives you some protection. It didn't give me protection, but I fast forward now to when I'm Justice Albie Sachs on the Constitutional Court. And there's a case brought by the Union of African Refugee Women about a regulation that was made by the Ministry of the Interior of Security, forbidding non-South Africans from entering the security industry. And this might make sense in terms of non-South African people whose backgrounds could not be checked up upon because no documents were available, maybe to allow them to become security personnel for people doing key functions in the country, doing sensitive work. Maybe that could be reasonable. But most of the refugees were working as car guards. None of these security factors operated. And it was really a form, it seemed on the face of it, a form of xenophobia to exclude people who were refugees, in this case, were all documented, from undertaking employment. And the court held that following South African law and international law, refugees have a right of asylum in this country and a right to work. And what follows from that is a right to be integrated into the society. And it's to South Africa's credit that we didn't set up big tented camps on our borders and shove the refugees in there, that they've been allowed to come into our cities, to find employment, to make a contribution, to work, and in many, many areas to excel. In medical area and other areas, refugees have done wonderful work. So that was the decision of our court. The law in South Africa is clear, certainly when it comes to refugees, political refugees. They are entitled by law, international law and South African law, to asylum. They should not be harried and hunted and prevented from taking employment. They are legally entitled to be employed together with South Africans on the same basis. That's the international law and that's our law. And I was allowed to work as a professor at the University of Eduardo Mondlane. Nobody said, Albie, we don't want you because you're from South Africa. We would rather give the job to a Mozambican. If you've got skills to impart, if your international experience is useful, we want you on our staff to contribute what you can. So I do hope that the conference pays sufficient attention to this. It's a painful subject. It's called a thorny subject. it's a subject that evokes quite strong emotions. But if we want to be true to the founding spirit of our Constitution, if we want to honor all those Mozambicans and Tanzanians and Zimbabweans and Angolans and people from elsewhere on the continent who stood by our side, who paid a very, very heavy penalty in blood and in treasure for supporting our liberation struggle, we've got to take this theme of xenophobia by the scruff of its neck. We've got to be robust, unapologetic, follow what the law requires, follow what our international obligations require, and honor the spirit of that founded our nation, that destroyed the divisions, the hatreds, the forms of exclusion that characterized apartheid society, live up to the vision of the non-racial and welcoming and, if you like, Ubuntu-wise South Africa that we all want. That's my message to this important conference.
Thank you, Albie, for your very important input, but also to remind all of us, where we come from and where we are today and where we're going. Certainly, many of us would not be here today had it not been of the support we got from our neighboring states. I went to Lesotho when I was 5 years, did my 2 degrees there as a South African. Yes, there are problems in the country around issues of non-nationals, but we should not forget, colleagues, who we are. The Freedom Charter was very clear that we as South Africans will strive to maintain peace and the settlement of all international disputes by negotiation and not war. We also say that we'll fight for the freedoms in our charter side by side until we have won our liberty. Now, the World Conference was really about fighting against racism and unfair discrimination, including xenophobia, all over the world. And we should not forget that we cannot be an island in a sea of misery. We are all intertwined by historical bonds as people of Southern Africa. And therefore, when we fight racism, when we fight unfair discrimination, when we fight xenophobia, it's about who we are as a people. And I'm not saying we should not address underlying challenges, but it becomes quite sad, as Albie says, that 20 years after the World Conference, which we hosted in this country, we are seeing the very opposite of what we stood for. The reason why the conference was held in this country 20 years ago was because of the expectations that after decades of suffering, fighting injustice, fighting racial discrimination, South Africa will take the lead. But we need to ask ourselves today, are we playing that leadership role which the whole world was expecting us to do? So this conference today reminds us of those commitments, that despite all our problems, we should not forget that at the end of the day, we're all human beings. And truth should be told. Many of the borders we've inherited are colonial borders which have been imposed on us. And therefore, we need to go back, colleagues, and ask ourselves, what kind of a future do we want 20 years from now? Thank you. So we'll now go to the next. Thanks, Albie, for reminding us and the suffering you suffered in the fight for justice and all the work you've done to get us here, including the Constitution. So our next session is basically taking stock of progress and paving the way for strengthening and implementing the National Action Plan to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. And we'll then have colleagues from government departments who will then reflect on the progress made in implementing the pillars of the National Action Plan as government. Now we should remember the National Action Plan, which has been adopted by government, was a product of the agreements made in WCAR that all countries should develop action plans to better fight issues of racism and unfair discrimination and all forms of related intolerance. And now, unfortunately, our plan came a bit late, but we're still committed to that plan. So we'll be checking with colleagues now to say, what have we done, what are the challenges, and what could be done. So on my list, we are meant to have colleagues from Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I don't know if they're here. If they're not here, we'll then, is that you, ma'am? Oh, there is a colleague from Department of Sports, Arts and Culture? Oh, okay, sorry. That will be the DGD, Mandisa Chikwatamba. Is that you? Where is she? Oh, please then come forward then. You have 10 minutes to tell us exactly what has been happening. We won't talk about the flag issue. Thank you. Thank you, DDG. You've got 10 minutes. Ask all the other colleagues, DECO, DOG, Women, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. Dr. Watson, I saw you some time ago. Please come forward to save time. Thank you. 10 minutes, my sister.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I am happy to be here. Yes, you can talk about the flag, but you can talk about the flag amongst yourselves. That is part of social cohesion. We love our South African flag indeed. I am here just for a few minutes, just to reflect on what government through DSEC have been doing in terms of the programs that are contributing to anti-racism in South Africa and the country that we love. I just want to say for us, this has been something that dawned to us as the department. I would say it is also coming out clearly in some of the work that we are doing as we are in government, part of the team that is leading in the implementation of the 6th priority of government, which is reflected as well in the expressions of our 2019 to 2024 medium-term strategic framework. And as part of implementing this framework, as DSEC, we have focused on various things. And for the purpose and the few minutes that I have today, though for us this is something that is transcending, cutting across all the departmental programs. If we are talking the Heritage and Cultural Preservation Program, it is embedded there. If we are talking creative industries and art and culture promotion, it is embedded there. But I want today, for the purpose of today, to say, even if we are talking about sport as the department, in the programs that we are running as the department, the issues of anti-racism are just at home in every program that we are implementing as a program. But that has not been enough, because we have decided that we are also going to have a strategic focus using a specific program, a program that has a cohort of people that have been selected across various spheres of government, because some of them, they are coming from government, whether they are in government because they are practitioners in government, others they are coming from the NGO sector, others they are coming from the private sector because they are business people themselves. And I can go on, others are coming from the structures of leadership in the communities. And we've put together this cohort of persons, and we have called them the social cohesion advocates. And these are men and women that on a day-to-day basis are helping us as the department to implement certain things that are established when this program was launched far back in 2012 and constantly being adapted year on year according to various focus areas. But I can say that the goal of this team of persons, it's centered in the landmark, which is the Social Cohesion Summit that was in 2012. And from there, we have seen them to be working on non-racial programs, non-sexist programs, programs that are promoting equitable and democratic society, and therefore strengthening the pillars there. But if I can say that to date, we are proud to say this is the program, as an example, that has worked. I could mention, if I'm reflecting just immediately back in July when there were unrest in KZN and in Gauteng, we have used this program. In Vuani, when there were some challenges there, we have used this program. We have worked on this program as well, working with the UNDP, coming with some peace-building mechanisms and structures that we are constantly using, meandering our communities. And of course, I want to say that the work that we've been doing through them, it's transcending across the provinces. And the invitation that we are making, it's an invitation that is going to our Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 institutions to say perhaps we need to come closer together so that we can understand this work and we are able to find a way of empowering this team of advocates in making sure that they also play part in strengthening the work that is done on those areas of institutions. Further to that, we are already, as I said, working together as government, as DSEC is leading Priority 6, and we have other departments that we are working with in that area. But in summary, I could say we know that racism has no home, has no boundaries. It's just moving up and down. If I quote the scriptures, like Satan, when he said, I was moving up and down, looking for one I could attack. Racism is like that. So our programs, there are programs that are focusing on youth because we have to deal with racism as people are growing up, and we have to shift if there is something that is racism in nature that has been inculcated from home. We have to find a way of shifting that in the mind of a young person. We have been looking at, well, as I say, peace dialogues where racism has shown its head up. We come in and intervene and facilitate amongst those communities. Among multi-stakeholder groupings where we are providing empowerment programs. Of course, we have also been within other spheres, churches, because this program is also linking up with another program which is called the Moral Regeneration Movement Program, and that one is focusing in particular as well on community leadership. It's focusing on church leadership and etc. But these two programs are working together with another third program, which is about community conversations, where we can openly talk about issues that eat our societies and find ways of building up, strengthening up, and empowering, and making sure that we continue to identify challenges, we continue to raise awareness along these challenges, we continue to come up with preventive structures and methodologies. We continue as well to find ways of redress and addressing what has occurred through specific interventions. If I had time, I would unpack along these areas and thematic areas, but what I have concluded with, it's something that says, as DSEC, we are saying it is in our hands. We have to fight racism in whichever color, and form it appears. And it is true that we cannot today look at racism only in the lens of just black and white, because we have seen racism in the form of its impact just even on ethnic issues amongst us, black to black, amongst us, white to white. So on that note, Chairperson, I know my role was just to give key highlights that give a link to DSEC, to say when you are engaging us, from where do you engage us and about what? Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. We shall keep an eye on those social cohesion advocates. Our colleagues from DECO here? 1, 2, 3, not here? Okay. We'll then hand over to our next colleague. That will be Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And we'll ask our colleague, Ms. Ntibidi Rampete. Sorry, I know I promise that I'll try not to swallow your name, but welcome, Director of Social Justice. Thank you, my sister. You have the floor.
Thank you, Program Director. It's Ntibidi Rampete. Good morning, Deputy Minister, DG, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. In trying to address the issue of tackling racism and all its ills, I will quickly start by going to the role of government in the implementation of the NAP. Government is responsible for creating a legal and policy framework for the prevention of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, as well as for effective implementation of the preventive measures and practices. Specifically, Section 9, subsection 3 of the Constitution provides that the state may not unfairly discriminate directly or indirectly against anyone on one or more grounds, including race, gender, sex, pregnancy, marital status, ethnic or social origin, color, sexual orientation, age, disability, religion, conscience, belief, culture, language, and birth. Furthermore, in the international arena, Article 2 of the ICED states that all state parties should condemn racial discrimination and undertake to pursue, by all appropriate means, a policy of eliminating racial discrimination among all races. This is a broad mandate that requires collective effort of all government departments as well as our stakeholders. Zooming in directly to the role of government, as the Department of Justice in implementing the NAP, we have the program of action, which reflects responsibilities, objectives, activities, and timeframes for all government departments to give effect to the implementation of the NAP. In no particular order, these departments include the Department of Arts and Culture, Social Development, Department of Labor, Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education, Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities, as well as the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. I will now look at the progress that the NAP implementation, the journey that we have traveled so far, coming from upon its adoption by Cabinet in February 2019. A number of key indicators have been implemented by the DOJ, namely the baseline study report that was handed over to our minister yesterday. This baseline study report seeks to determine the levels of racism, anti-xenophobia sentiment, homophobia, racial incidents, interracial relations, and perception of national identity. The other objective that was achieved in this period is the funding model. This is for implementation of the NAP by the broader society, specifically looking at the civil society as well as government. And also here, I want to emphasize, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, that the funding issue around government department, we also want to reiterate that the funding allocation by the annual budget allocated to each budget is the one that's supposed to be utilized to implement NAP by all government departments. We also have the integrated government strategy on public education pertaining to anti-discrimination, which will contribute to a coordinated government-wide approach. There's also the Directory of Services of Service Providers who offer support to victims of all the discriminations. In addition, we have the NAP Virtual Repository. This is a single online portal providing open and free access to NAP-related information. It's accessible on the DOJ website. Also, the Department of Justice co-chairs the United Nations Protection Working Group with the UNHCR. These are meetings that focus on information and address issues mostly around incidents of violence that are targeting migrants. We also conduct provincial dialogues in collaboration with our stakeholders to popularize the NAP on an ongoing basis. Social mobilization campaigns are also conducted to address racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other intolerances. One example of such is the Anti-Racism Week, which happens in every year, March. To date, we've also can report that we've conducted over 21 visible anti-xenophobia campaigns in collaboration with our stakeholders in the area. Also, we have established the rapid response mechanism. The task team has been established. The aim of the rapid response mechanism is to collate incidents of racism and xenophobia, including providing a tracking tool system to follow up on these cases as and when they occur. Currently, we are conducting an audit to get a sense of what is there on the ground on all the existing early warning systems. This will be presented at a workshop that is to happen before the end of June. There is a need for government departments to become involved in this process, and we do make a call out to our colleagues in that regard. Another achievement is the establishment of the NAP governance structure. This is chaired by a minister. It comprises of 8 ministers who are permanent members. And it is envisaged that this structure will assist us to tackle the issue of coordination in terms of implementing the work around the NAP, specifically with the relevant departments that are represented by their ministries. As I've already indicated, that the work of the NAP is cross-cutting, also even in the department. When we look at the work of other units, we have the Truth and Reconciliation Commission unit, and their work cuts across and works in a way of implementing the NAP. In the TRC space, the granting of reparations to victims in respect of several categories was approved by Parliament almost 20 years ago. The following regulations providing for reparation to TRC declared victims and their relatives and dependents have already been promulgated and are being implemented. For example, the reparation of victims, we have about 21,676 persons were identified as victims, and 17,422 have applied and have received the 30,000 grant. Exhumation, reburial, or symbolic burial of deceased victims. A missing persons task team was established in the NPA to conduct investigations into the 477 cases of persons who disappeared in political circumstances between 1960 and 1994, as reported by the TRC initial report. The exhumation burial, symbolic burial of deceased victims. The department is charged with coordinating the exhumation and handover of the remains to the relevant families during special ceremonies. Families are also assisted financially to attend to exhumation procedures, reburial and funeral calls, as well as cleansing ceremonies. In the education front, assistance is provided to victims, their relatives, and dependents in respect of basic education, adult education and training, further education and training, as well as higher education and skills development. Some regulations are still in early stages and are being implemented, including the housing assistance, medical benefits, as well as community rehabilitation. Colleagues, we've included the TRC Justice email address if you have further questions on that score. I will now move on to the equality courts. There was a lot of discussion yesterday around the effectiveness or the implementation overall of the equality courts. So equality courts are specialized courts designed to hear matters related to unfair discrimination, hate speech, and harassment as proclaimed by the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. Of all complaints that were reported at the Equality Court nationally for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2019-2020, over 50% of the reported complaints were unfair discrimination. These were followed by hate speech with 30% for the same reporting area. Over 40% of the reported complaints were hate speech, followed closely by unfair discrimination at 39%. Over 60% of complainants were Africans in the period 2019 to 2020. The preceding year of 2018 to 2019, 32% of the respondents were white, and in 2019 to 2020, 37% of the respondents were black. There is a graph, colleagues, that indicates in terms of provinces, the number of cases that have been registered, those that have been finalized, the ones that have been withdrawn by in the Equality Court. I will just highlight that 2018-2019 financial year, there was a grand total number of 473 cases registered at the Equality Courts. 29 were finalized, a number of 10 were withdrawn. The following year, 2019 to 2020, we have a total number of 621 and withdrawal of 22 and finalized 22 as well. So colleagues, you can clearly see there's been a marked increase in terms of the cases that have been registered in those two totals, 2018 and the following financial year, 2019-20. The statistics show the type of complaints reported in 2018 and 2019, and as well as the following year, 2019 to 20 nationally, over 40% of cases were hate crimes, and this was closely followed by the unfair discrimination at 39%. The top 8 courts that registered a high number of cases at the Equality Courts are Durban, Pretoria, Boksburg, East London, Verulam, Wynberg, Vanderbilt, and Johannesburg. Based on the low numbers of cases registered at the Equality Courts, it is obvious that cases are not reported as expected, and the broader public may not be aware of Equality Courts and how they operate, and how they can facilitate redress in cases their rights are violated. Looking at another segment that has been successfully implemented is the 25th anniversary of the Constitution. This celebration program was approved by Cabinet. It is a one-year-long celebration program led by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Ministerial interventions, various outreach activities to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Constitution have been held so far. This also includes webinars, student lectures, community dialogues, public exhibitions, youth engagements, to name a few. In addition, we have staff dialogues, newsletter edition, provincial seminars, and other public educational engagements. A total of 127 interventions were held up until 15 March 2022. Colleagues, you'll recall that I indicated one of the mandate for government, or maybe in particular justice, is around the promulgating of legislation. We have the hate crimes legislation. This is current, the prevention and combating of hate crimes and hate speech has been tabled before Parliament. The bill is based on recommendation contained in the policy framework which was developed. Parliament finalized its consultative process, and the bill was subjected to oral submissions which were concluded last week. Also looking back at the area of legislation where we seek to align all apartheid laws with the Constitution, South Africa has passed a number of laws to give effect to constitutional goals of achieving equality, human dignity, and the achievement of human rights and freedoms. During the first 20 years of democracy, more than 1,200 laws and amendments aimed at dismantling apartheid and eradicating forms of discrimination were approved by Parliament. These laws addressed systematic inequalities and unfair discrimination that manifested in institutions of society and practices, as well as attitudes, insofar as they undermine the aspirations of our constitutional democracy. Another developing area is in the space of trafficking in person. The trafficking in person terms of reference were finalized and are currently being implemented. Campaigns on trafficking in persons were conducted between June and July 2021. We also have programs running around protection of the rights of the LGBTQI plus community. Let me take it slow. The National Task Team has been established, as well as 7 provincial task teams to run the operations of this area. They also include a rapid response mechanism that is operational. They've, on an ongoing basis, run awareness raising sessions with other stakeholders. These activities are aimed at ensuring that the public is aware of the LGBTQI plus rights. As I move towards the conclusion, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the NEP is a national, the NEP scope is national and is applicable to all branches and spheres of government, including the executive, parliament, judiciary at all levels. I want to just list some of the challenges that we've noted in this area of work, and some of them were highlighted also in discussions yesterday. The one is around poor strategic coordination and lack of institutional capacity to ensure effective interagency collaborations, program integration and implementation of the country's multi-sectorial programs and strategies to combat racism, racial discrimination, and related intolerance is still a thorny issue. Public discourse in South Africa is mainly conducted through a vibrant and sophisticated mass media. The media is an important vehicle for communicating ideas and messages about racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. Efforts have to increase around this item of public awareness and education. There is also a need for programs that seek to foster understanding of human rights broadly and constitutional principles of equality and non-discrimination, to be specific. These programs need to be given the resources they require to promote values of racial, cultural, religious tolerance for all people regardless of their difference. Poor intra- and interagency planning capacity, lack of appropriate budgetary resource allocation to ensure long-term sustainability of the NEP still poses a challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I'm not sure if there's anyone from Department of Women, Youth.
NAP relies on intersectoral participating in school safety. The current administration's focus on school safety is to connect with their local police station. This relationship is secured through a protocol that the Department of Basic Security. The School Safety Committee is also where we find expression for our work when we're implementing the NAP, is the life orientation curriculum. It is in this curriculum where we teach children about our Constitution, about democracy, and about human rights. And we give them opportunities to discuss and to debate and to explore the issues that are of their time, of the day that they are living in, that are going to be promoting non-racialism, non-sexism, and related intolerances. In the co-curricular space, the Department of Basic Education, together with the Department of Justice and the South African Human Rights Commission, this week recommitted us in an MOU signed at the department to the implementation of the school's moot court. of relevance. This year, rural school in KZN that had a really large number of undocumented children, but not one of those children was sitting out in the village. Every child was inside the classroom. But what that meant was that every chair had to be shared. It was concerned homophobia and criminality and other forms. DBE protocol to deal with incidences or punishment when it's of lay down all the policies, we can lay down the guidelines, but if we don't walk the talk, we are not doing our leading other government departments in 22 so that we touch every single province in this country. And the campaign is promoting the program, also ending drug and substance abuse. You will find us on this campaign trail this year. Please join us if we are near your communities, and come and support what it means to make everybody an advocate of nonviolence and anger. The department's protocol to end discrimination promotes explicitly that all school stakeholders need to take a zero tolerance the early childhood development community to the forefront, ending violence and
Thank you, Dr. Watson and department. Indeed, the future of any society depends on how it raises and educates its children. So, colleagues, I would like to thank all the departments which have given us an input on what is being done to implement the key pillars of NAP. So we still have some time in terms of the program. We'll go for tea at 12:15. So we'll then open the floor for questions and inputs, and then we'll get a response.
The judicial presiding officer who makes the call of whether to enroll the...
Good morning. My name is Arabo Museti, and I'm from the West End. I'm from an organization called 5 Movement, and I sit as the chairman. How do we? And today I stand firmly and I say, yes, we are social cohesion action in Victoria. And in the Social Cohesion Convention, what we have agreed on that we are fighting against. In 1869, the Director of Social Justice in making sure that we combat racism and discrimination. She has included a very, Judge Abe. He even said it to a degree that when the convention took place 20 years ago, we even had the Tanzanian communities singing the national anthem in Swahili, which simply means at that time, it was even the South African government and the Tanzanian government opening the economical status or the economical spectrum. The sports, arts and culture was done through the schools. The problem was the very same teacher teaching part of the curriculum. After school, they need
integrating them into that community. And how will you be working with the people that work at those schools, teachers, principals, in terms of making them feel comfortable in that space? And also, schools in the townships are already overcrowded. So now we're having another influx of students coming through. So how will you facilitate that whole thing? Just that question. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I then hand over to colleagues from this side to respond? Then we'll come back again, colleagues. You'll be number 1, and then number 2. Wow. Number 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7 and 8. No more. Remember your numbers, yeah? And don't cheat. I don't know what order. Dr. Watson, you want to give it a shot first? Okay.
Thank you very much for all your questions and also for bringing the realities of our lived experience into the room and making it real for why we've all come together today. And to appreciate the passion that is coming from members of our audience. I want to speak to our comrade from the West Rand movement and say, yes, I completely support you that sports, arts, and culture is definitely part of the solution to keeping kids safer for more of the day. Think about it, a child goes to school, they're relatively safe. When the school timetable comes to an end of the formal day, they've got those hours between when school ends and parents come home from work. And it's about what does it mean to keep children off the streets. And what it means is to have very robust co-curricular programming. And the Department of Education recognizes this and is in the process of firming up the work plan with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to ensure that we find one another in the delivery of school sports, arts and culture. Now we all know that our teachers have got an agreement with the unions that says that they must stay after school at least one day a week to be the custodians and the ones who run these programs. And often it is through these programs that teachers get closer to the hearts and minds of their children, because teachers get an opportunity to share a talent that the school community may not know that that teacher has, like a beautiful singing voice or an ability to draw an accurate portrait. Whatever the teacher's talent is, the teacher gets to share that in a co-curricular space. And it is in these spaces where you get to know the children and the children get to know you. When you go back into the classroom, those children cooperate with the learning space. So much so that other teachers say, "What are you doing?" Well, actually, what we're doing is making sure that children's lives are enriched through the co-curricular space. The second piece of work that the national office is doing, because we're a policy, a custodian of policy creation, we have prepared a policy on co-curricular enrichment, and this is in order to give shape and form to what it means to do after-school programming, and we invite all schools to find expression across 4 main areas. The one is sport, the second art and culture, but we are also interested in committing them to the delivery of life skills, and as well as academic enrichment. And this is the space where schools are able to support learners that are not finding difficulties with their homework, to find homework support. And that's what our vision for the after-school space is. And we're looking forward to taking this policy out for public consultation in the course of this financial year. So look out for it and please respond. To our comrade from West Village, I think we owe everybody in this country that has been affected by violence a minute of silence. And for all those that have lost their lives. The justice system is the space where we report violent crime, and we have to rely on the justice system to deliver justice. What I always say to the citizens that report violence to our officers is that when we report it to the police, we have to be prepared to walk the walk. Because the reporting to the police is just the beginning. Showing up in court, standing by the statements, and standing by what you've witnessed as a bystander takes enormous courage. And it rests with each and every one of us. We are all actors in our own lives, and we're bystanders in one another's lives. I'm sure the Department of Justice will speak more to this and what it means to support the communities that feel under siege and terrorized by criminality. Our last speaker, Nandipa from Cape Town, I salute your mom. She's a principal. They really are the ones that lead our nation. Without our principals, we would be floundering. They do an awesome job, and please take our appreciation back to her personally from the department. But you asked, how do we go about integrating children into the community? So first up, all children are equal. And all children, when they enter a school, are invited with their parents to commit to what is called a school's code of conduct. Now, the school code of conduct is where we uphold the democratic commitments, and it is here where learners commit to the values and the ways of behaving, speaking, and interacting that make for a wholesome, well environment. So integration starts with that code. We need a commitment from the child and the parent, and it doesn't matter who that child is. All children sign up to this code of conduct. And now you might say to us, is the code of conduct fit for purpose? Well, this is something that each school community needs to review on a regular basis. And we are working with the South African Human Rights Commission to go through our generic guidelines to establishing codes of conduct to see whether it needs to be refreshed, because this document was created several years ago. In terms of overcrowding, overcrowding is an ongoing problem in education in South Africa, and the infrastructure unit would be best able to speak to this. How that is impacting the communities where you have representation and agency, we would need to have a look at what the plans are for the building of schools and the supply of mobile classrooms. Learning in overcrowded spaces is not a productive way to learn, and the commitment to keeping numbers at reasonable is really essential if we are to ensure quality education for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. We'll have a colleague from Department of Sports. We've been advised that the DG of DECO is not feeling well and not available, as well as his representative. So they've apologized for not being here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I just want to start from echoing that, yes, indeed, sport, art, and culture could be a unifying thread in the issues of social cohesion and nation building, as well as looking at what can be done, amongst other things, in terms of building safer communities, in terms of saying, listening to the lady from Westwell, where do we keep our children safe? In terms of sport, a number of things the department is doing currently. If resources were in abundance, who would say, let us be all over with the resources and the plan that we have, which is a plan of making sure that our communities, they do have appropriate sporting facilities. We have been going from communities to communities, providing sport kits, establishing infrastructure in terms of sport infrastructure in schools and just in community spaces outside school environment. But we are also in a process of working with the Department of Education, assisting in terms of how do we bring sports or school sports back into the agenda of schools, and which is something that says if we catch our young people in their schools and they come out knowing different sport codes, when they go to the communities, they become community coaches on their own. I know of a number of young people that have taken the call through their activism in sport, and they are now coaches in communities, and they are doing this voluntarily. So we are also looking into the issue of transformation in the sports sector. Of course, we have a charter that we are following to the T, which is a charter that says there must be transformation in sport. Added to that, we are as well engaging with the different sports federations to make sure that they are also supporting us in this call and ensuring that they are mobilizing and lobbying the private sector. As I say, if resources were in abundance, perhaps we could have moved further than we are now. But this is the program that is not just driven by the Department of Sport, Art and Culture at national level. This is one of the programs that I could say we are in unison and cohesion with all other provincial departments that are responsible for the related portfolio in different names, but a portfolio that would include sport, art and culture. So that is in place. I'm trying to say, even in your province, feel free to engage with your provincial department what we are talking about nationally. It's something that in our, what we call collective targets in government, this is one of the unifying threads in making sure that that which is done nationally is also done in the provinces. I could add to say, even when we are looking at the creative industry and the art sector, we are doing different things there. We have a main program that we are running, which is called Mzansi Golden Economy, which is a program through which we are reaching out to the provinces, promoting their work. We have a program that is looking at the development of the art centers, and again here, it's one of the programs through which our desire is to see as many partners, especially from the private sector, including coming on board to work with us on this one. We have the content. We may not have enough mortar and brick or mortar and brick to build these facilities. But we do have the content, we do have the artists. Combined with that, we do have the program in terms of artists in schools, where we are also making sure that there is the promotion of art and cultural activities in the schools, where we deploy some artists in various schools to become mentors, coaches, trainers. Other than that, in general, I could say these programs, indeed, through them, we have seen and we therefore agree that they are a unifying thread in the society. When we do have different sporting activities, we see what happens. But I don't want to monopolize this platform. When I listened to the lady from West Village, I was touched, and I felt maybe through you, Chairperson, allow me to conclude the input of DSEC by inviting the Chairperson of the Social Cohesion Advocates, who is here. And I would say to her, speak and share with us the opinion that drives you as the social cohesion advocates when we are talking about your work and your desire in being part of a solution or a facilitator for a solution, talking about Operation Dudula, which has been mentioned. I do want to speak to one of the social cohesion advocates that I've seen here, I think pretty, to say, please talk to us in terms of peace building mechanisms that are part of the program that we are working on. I do want to say, Chairperson, a quick 5 minutes. I haven't taken much time here, even on the first presentation. I do want to say to Ms. Shongwe, who is the Chief Director in the department, speak to us in terms of just the focus, priority 6, touching on that, stepping down to say, listening again there, I ask myself, how much are we doing in empowering these officials in the justice system? And on that, I tend to appreciate one of the things that is coming out of our Priority 6 work, where the National School of Government has taken it upon itself to say, we should be training our officials in terms of issues of racism, in terms of issues of xenophobia, in terms of issues of equity, to say how do you deal with the complexities and intricacies in these aspects of social living. Thank you.
I'll allow the colleague just for 5 minutes. Colleagues, we're running out of time, so we'll cut down the next inputs. The colleague from the Social Cohesion Advocates, who was asked to say a little bit, 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Molweni sanibona, dumelang. I thank you, DDG, for allowing us this bit of time and platform, because as the lady was speaking there, we were also discussing with Pretty, who we work with. We are the social cohesion advocates, as mentioned before. Everybody keeps speaking about social cohesion, and I'm sure many, in fact, communities are not aware of us because we are few. And as you can imagine, there's so much work that needs to be done. But we do try, we do go to communities, speak to communities. Ours is to preach and speak to peace and harmony within communities, speaking especially to issues of gender-based violence, xenophobia, and racism. What we normally do and what we did, for instance, at another gathering, is to invite people like her, you know, who are leaders within these communities, and see if we can do something, just to make some kind of intervention. Go into these communities, gather, speak to the leaders, see if we can gather, you know, especially young people. But what we've come to realize is that, in fact, umhlolo usendlini, as the minister said, there's a problem with family structure, if one can put it that way. Things are happening in our homes. Something needs to be done within our homes. Yes, the justice system is there to intervene and support wherever they can, especially the police. And in fact, what we're doing now, when we go to communities to speak to communities, we invite social development, SAPS, and Home Affairs would like them to be with us so that they can explain some of these things. And if it's possible to make immediate interventions and follow-ups, then that happens. I mean, that is the only way we can work and try and make interventions within these communities. But otherwise, the problems are huge. It means a collective, we need to work together as churches and as communities, community leaders coming together to address these issues. Fortunately, when we go together, we have Pretty, maybe she will address this one. I don't know if we have enough time. We sort of try, and as we gather together, especially young people, do training sessions so that when we live there, because we cannot always be there, do some training so that the gospel that we preach carries on. But one thinks that it will help to have, for instance, because most concerns or complaints are directed to the justice system, that things don't go the way they should be. But we'll try. Unfortunately, in the past 2 years, we know what happened in KZN. We spent most of the time in KZN. And I think this year we'll try and visit some of these communities. But like I say, but anyway, I think there is an attempt to get more of us who can do this kind of work, hold these dialogues, because we need to be talking as communities, find solutions for ourselves. And I think governments, in their own way, will definitely come on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister. There's definitely a need for the departments to work together around this program. Hopefully there will be another intervention along these lines. Can I then have colleagues from Justice to respond to the other points which were raised, including quality courts? Daneline? There was a question that, the presiding officers tend to be gatekeepers of matters brought to the quality courts, and then how do people then find recourse for that?
Thanks, Program Director. I will not venture to provide a response directly to that question. As I understand the separation of powers, the judiciary falls squarely under the Office of the Chief Justice. Those are the judges, and the magistrates reporting to the DOJ, but under the Match Commission. So maybe I will call on my leader, the acting DDG in court services, to give us a response if he has some. But what I wanted to touch on is and my colleagues also spoke about the touching story that was narrated by the lady from Westville. I think our heart goes out to you and all the other victims, the ones that we know and the ones that we haven't heard their story. And I think speaking from laws and policies, colleagues, you must understand that the laws themselves cannot transform our society. So even though these laws are implemented, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done in order to transform the mind, remembering how colonialism, apartheid was entrenched for many, many years. So I was a bit discouraged, bordering on depression when I heard the story, but my spirit got encouraged, and I want to say that maybe it was good that this platform was created. Some of the issues that are happening, yes, we may not be aware of. And this provided a platform. And I think going back as colleagues from different departments, it is for us to try and find ways how best we can assist. And I'm happy that the social cohesion advocates are here. I think going forward, we will seek to engage with them and see how best we can partner with them in doing the grassroots work that needs to be done. And lastly, I want to reiterate what I said before, that the solution to all these social ills lies in all of us. As Mama has already indicated, that the problems in our society are massive. They are entrenched, and they need all sectors of society. Government, if you look at the role and mandate of the Department of Social Development, is quite key. The issues that the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities are tasked to address is also relevant. That does not exclude other departments, but those are the ones that I think for this, at this moment, we can maybe piggyback on and try to bring on board to assist us in addressing these issues. Thank you, Program Director.
Colleagues from court services, the question about quality courts, or DDPA? Thank you. Over to you. Am I?
Yeah, okay. No, I think just quickly, because that question was asked by a Department of Justice official, so we can give you the reply, but I think it affects everybody. The way the Act is structured, Papuda, is that somebody's got to decide whether the case goes to court. Really, that would have to be the clerk of the court or the presiding officer. I don't think we want, with due respects to clerks of courts, that they've necessarily got enough skills to make that decision. There are a set of criteria in the Act which the magistrate must follow, or the presiding officer must follow, and it's particularly whether the matter can be dealt with by the Equality Court or whether it should be dealt with by some other forum. And the criteria are set out. the circumstances of the parties, particularly the complainant, the physical accessibility of any alternative forum, the needs and wishes of the parties, particularly the complainant, the nature of the intended proceedings and whether the outcome of the proceedings could facilitate the development of judicial precedent and jurisprudence, and the views of any appropriate functionary. The issue that I would say, and this is why I'm sort of saying it to the hall, is if there are problems where you are feeling that equality court cases are being rejected, then please give us details of those so that we can then look, and I think it would need to go, Ashika, through the regional offices. We could then look at, was this appropriate or not? If it wasn't appropriate, because these are generally, I think, things happening at a district court level, just to say we've got equality courts at a district level, a regional court, and a high court level. But if it's at the, well, most of them are at the district court level, then we can look at engaging with the chief magistrates to discuss why it's happening. But we need practical examples, case by case. Can't be a general thing. Thanks.
Thank you, DM. There are also other bodies like the Human Rights Commission, which might also look into that. Colleagues, in the interest of time, I'll only take 3 questions. One here, and one in the middle here, and one here. So that'll be you gentlemen, and you sir, and then at the middle here, that late gentleman at the back there. Sorry. Okay, behind you. So 1, 2, 3. Sorry, there'll be more time for discussions. I'm told you can also make comments on the chat board. Colleagues will pick them up. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Please be very brief. Okay, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Advocate. Is it on? Okay, I'm audible. Okay, ke batla ke menti bidine rampete ya. And all of the fellow panelists, thanks for great presentations. Very educational, and we really highly appreciate. The only challenge is that those messages are not properly communicated, through the trickling down effect to various NGOs, Congos. I say Congos deliberately because there are those NGOs that we call Congos, which means government organized NGOs. And then you've got also, categories of, those NGOs, rich NGOs.
Please get to the point.
Basically, yeah. So my question is simple to all the panelists is that I need to ask each and every panelist from every government department, government agency, Chapter 9 institutions, as well as the SOEs and any other department for that matter, from national to provincial and to the ground level, that what is your ICT policy? Because that is very important, because that's where the future is going, not only in South Africa, throughout the country. Advocate Sidiso Chipanyani, he's a board member of FXI. He knows what I'm talking about. The ICT policy is very, very important. There's issues within the ICT space, in the gadgets, iPad, laptops, everywhere. There's racial issues, trolling, and various other things that you are not addressing even in this conference. Okay, I'm from the organization called the Communication Access Organization of South Africa. Even within our municipalities, everything nowadays you do it is online, is Zoom, is Microsoft meeting, is video call, is WhatsApp call, and what have you. What are you saying about those things? This information can be shared freely, and then we're supposed to have a policy. What is the ICT policy of the DOJ? What is the ICT policy of COCTA? And then what is the ICT policy of each and every one of us? As NGOs like this, some of us, we are from the poor NGOs, the dirty, if you like it, and then we don't get access to certain things, and then in other communities.
Thanks. Please round up, Chief.
Yeah, the last one, Advocate, is that, even during the IDP municipal policies, like what the lady said there, people, they don't know how to raise certain issues to be incorporated into those municipal IDP policies. The issue of ICT, I emphasize a lot that it should form part of the national action plan. It must be there, it must be center, because access is important, affordability, availability to ICTs. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Gentleman there, we already have the mic, so I guess Your colleague will complain after.
Bayet. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Clive Mpembe. I'm a chief, actually, coming from Amampembe Kingdom and also Embo Kingdom. My concern is that we are having these discussions and I don't see the Minister of Police here. And because these issues are affecting us and the Minister was supposed to be here because we are compromised from security point of view, mostly in this country. So I don't see that Minister here. I don't see any representation or representative from that department. So it is a concern that if we call this kind of conferences and we don't have direct people who should be responding to this, then it means now whatever that we'll be doing, it will be a futile exercise. Secondly, I don't see from the royal perspective, the Department of Justice haven't consulted royalty in terms of the laws because they are traditional laws, even from the common law perspective, that will assist to nurture this, also to build the societies. But I don't see that happening because there isn't any engagement, there isn't any direct consultation. Even within the Department of Justice, we don't have that office that speaks to that, which is a big problem because you cannot deal with communities and then you leave royalty outside because remember, royalty have been blessed by heaven in terms of rain upon people. Yes. If I have to put it straight.
Please wind up.
Program Director, just intimidation. Let me finish, don't intimidate me. Let me finish. So that we are able to get these points to the bottom of it, of all the points that I want to raise. And another thing is that aligned to the cultural, I'm concerned because the issue of cultural diversity, should we have closed those gaps within that perspective so that we can bring unification? That I'm referring to the UNESCO Convention of 2005. That speaks about unification, modification, and still that it cannot be practiced because we don't see the Department of Justice engaging directly. And another thing, we always have this kind of workshops that comes from this level. We don't go to the bottom. We don't reach people on the ground with this kind of workshops. So I don't understand how are we going to achieve these milestones or deliverables if we cannot communicate directly to the people, who cannot send the message directly to the people who should be receiving this. The model is this. We should have a structure that have different groups. That will be royalty, will be civic organization, and other organizations that need to form part of this. So those structures will assist in enforcing the law that doesn't actually exist in this country because we have a law that is favorable to certain people and certain things, but things that affect people on the ground daily, we don't attend to those. So I think once we go out of this one, we should be having that kind of structure in place so that we are able to actually directly deal with these issues that affect our communities daily. Bayete.
Thank you. Sir, you're the last person.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Matthew Slebelo. I'm from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And then I just thought, because I've noticed that my colleagues have not been able to honor the invitation that were supposed to be part of the panelists, and then I just thought to mention that we are not entirely absent in the program. We are present, and then I just thought it's also necessary that to inform the session that whatever the discussion, the theme of the topic of the discussion that is being discussed here resonate with the work that the Department of International Relations does. We are very instrumental in the affairs of the United Nations Human Rights Council, and then we are also instrumental as South Africa in the affairs of the African Union Commission on the Human and People's Rights, and therefore that put South Africa at the forefront of also championing the realities that have got to do with discrimination. And then I just thought it's also necessary to commend the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to host this an invaluable platform to discuss some of these societal issues. And I thank you.
Thank you, colleague from DECO. Yes, sir.
Mine is going to be short, and whatever that I'm going to raise here, those are the questions that were raised in terms of after we posted since yesterday in terms of the deliberations of this particular conference. My name is Ayanda Neke. Those who love me, they call me Pastor. I'm a product of my own environment, the Provincial Secretary of Youth in Agriculture and Rural Development in the province of Gauteng. But what about the social platforms? They are very worried. We posted the program, especially in Abedi, because when you look at Hydrofelella, this is a national conference. And when you look at the items, I can see that there's a way forward. And I want to concur with my leader, Wamorena, to say that we need a structure in place, because the reality is that next year, because the reality is that you, our leaders, we should not every time sometimes it's very good when we mention your name on any social media platform, then Otola di likes it's about the love or leadership picking your sebits. So these things it's our government policies are there, but NGOs or individuals beloring banale the solutions. A line of march or to say that what is the direct contact details is about the proposal. Because the reality is that we spoke about racism and xenophobia, but when we look at us here, 95% is Africans. So why racism in 95% the Africans? Because it is not us who are racist. Where are those communities? So this thing, you need to go back and go to those minority communities. We need them here. How are the racist, by the way? And we are not xenophobic, by the way. We are the African people. Like, for instance, I'm not a member or Dodobola operation, but that thing, if it is a but there's not even one delegation from Dodola operations here. You get my point. So, but how do you fast? Na, ke ikupela. Ke kopa le re fe monoto, re kgone sebetsa. Ke kopa le re fe monoto, re kgone sebetsa. Our structures, honor the constitution in terms of the accountability, so that report again. So I get a monoto, I get a venture. This particular books, they were in the township. Is Gauteng township economic development? Margaret, this is as individual ke patale tšhelete ngata. The buildings that was supposed to be developed, when the families are focusing on the issues of tourism. So they were supposed to so confusion in the country.
Thank you. Okay, can I then hand over to my panelists for any closing remarks? We're already running late by 5 minutes. Anybody? Okay. Well, colleagues, in that case, then we'll bring the session to an end. And your comments have been noted from ICT policy, from the involvement of the police, from extending this program to the townships and all those kind of things. To say, colleagues, this is just the beginning of many things. The DGs here and the deputy minister have had, that there is a need for more of these interventions, because at the end of the day, the fight against racism, against unfair discrimination is a fight for all of us as South Africans. And we are the ones who elect government, we are the ones who fund government through our taxes, and therefore government has to report to us and basically carry out the wishes of our people as expressed in our laws and constitutions. So definitely there is a need for greater interactions and more work on the ground, and all government departments and agencies have to be involved in ensuring that we do actually live to the ideals of Martin Luther, that at some point in time in our country, nobody will be judged according to the color of their skin or their gender or whatever, but by simply being human beings. We should also bear in mind that the struggle for human rights is a struggle for universal enjoyment of human rights, that all human beings, regardless of who they are entitled to human rights. That is really what we're fighting for at the end of the day. The other issues, we'll sort them out as we go along. Thank you, colleagues, for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. We'll see you after tea. Thank you. Yeah, those 3 fields. I'm sure I'll manage. I've been doing this for all my years, my life. Thank you. DG, thank you. DG, thank you. Dr. Martin, thank you. Oh, yeah, 064. 064. 905. 391. I'm leaving the commission at the end of May. Free agent. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go to the bar. I'm setting up a new institution for the government. Okay. Send me a WhatsApp. Yeah, I will enroll that.
All right. You'll drop me something with just a
And
WhatsApp.
what is your portfolio that you're responsible for?
I'm responsible for corporate services, but what brings me here is the international relations,
right,
which is part of my portfolio,
right,
social cohesion and nation building.
Welcome back, colleagues. Let's make our way in. Thank you. Let's settle down. Those outside, I know you can hear me. Let's get in. Can I ask the panelists to join us in the meantime? Welcome back, everyone. Let's take our places. Yes, bring your tea with you. Okay, so we're going to move swiftly on to panel 4. My name is Karen Abrahams. I am with the Wits School of Governance and happy to chair this and facilitate this session, the final panel discussion. And so thanks for your engagement so far, for your interest, for the comments that have come through online. They are being collated. And so I think, more than anything, we want you online, etc., to know that you are being heard. It's not just going into cyberspace. So this session is really, not just this particular panel 4, I mean this entire program, being the launch of this report and the opportunity for government to speak to government, to understand what its areas of responsibility are, to make some commitments, to discuss what those commitments are. And so this session really is for us to assist, I suppose, that conversation that's between certain members of the state and other members of the state. How do we, as people who are in the audience here today, how do we as civil society or academia and even other members of government, how do we offer some critical considerations? Some critical considerations to ensure effective implementation of the National Action Plan. Now, between yesterday and today, we've been hit with some official statistics, some official programs, some sense of how big, the program is, how long it's taken, who the engagements were done with. So we've been hit with some of those official things, right? And part of this discussion is for government itself to interrogate its own planning framework and its own implementation framework, right? So this particular panel is geared to do that. So for example, yesterday in the sessions we had the language metaphor of saying we need to onboard government departments, right? Or we need to facilitate buy-in, or develop a set of indicators that is shared, right? So part of our job here is to listen to the 3 presentations, but also in the very short discussion that follows, to really interrogate this idea of how do we have critical considerations about implementing? How do we facilitate, for example, learning, so that our plans are not kind of certainties that if we do this, we will definitely achieve this. So some of the work at the School of Governance, we think about how do we think about policy implementation and programs in a way that will allow us to build a critical repository of how we got things wrong, what are the better ways of doing things, how do we invite these amazing suggestions from grassroots organizations, but how does it become part of the state's own culture in developing its implementation. So that's the aim of this session. I'm going to introduce the three panelists, but I've been asked to do a bit of housekeeping, and it's a request. You know, when we were at high school, we got the same request, or at university. The people at the back, please, can we just settle down? So no disrespect to the ongoing engagement that's happening, but I've been asked to just ask people to just engage with the program and to kind of commit fully to listening to it. Okay, so the three presentations, 2 in person and 1 online, are from the Department of Planning, a colleague from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, from the South African Human Rights Commission, and from Stats SA. All right, so those are the 3. I'll introduce them right now. One of the speakers, of course, you saw earlier as your program director, so he's changing hats now. Mstela Mazumbuko is responsible for sector monitoring and in social cohesion and nation building at the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. She's worked for government for the past 2 decades, but before that, for the Foundation for Human Rights. She also has a postgrad diploma from the School of Governance, so we made that connection as well. Our second speaker is Advocate Teliso Tipinyane, who was your program director earlier, but is the CEO of the South African Human Rights Commission. His legal education background is in human rights, constitutional law, and is the former CEO of the Safer South Africa Foundation. And our third input, which we're going to get online, is Diego Huralde, who is the Chief Director for Demography and Population Statistics at Stats SA. He's currently the co-chair of the UN Expert Group on International Migration Statistics. So I'm told, colleagues, to remind you that we only have 10 minutes to do this. We're making up some time, and we'd like some engagement afterwards. And so without further ado, please join me, colleagues, in welcoming Mstela Mazumbuko.
Yeah. Good day, colleagues, delegates, Deputy Minister and the DG, and a special greeting again to the social cohesion advocates. I think a lot has been covered, also reflecting on what was covered yesterday and the discussion that ensued this morning. What I'm requested to speak about is with regards to the coordination, improving the coordination, and to be specific, I think it relates to the consideration for ensuring the effective implementation of the NAP to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and the related intolerances. Now, when the NAP is not displaced. It is perfectly aligned with the current government agenda. It's perfectly aligned with the priorities of government. And it, affirms the values that are contained and in the Constitution. Now, I wanted to first indicate, and I think even the Department of Justice need to take this as their strength with regards to the coordination of the NAP. There are specific timelines that are very much important. The fact that it was the plan at its construction in terms of government, it was presented to FOSAT. The FOSAT is the forum of the South African Director Generals. That forum has got all the DGs of national departments. It has got DGs of provinces. So it was presented there. And there was a support that they will take it and they will incorporate into their business to ensure that it is effectively implemented. That was in November 2018. Now another timeline, it is the February 2019. The department further went on to present, to engage the Joint Cabinet Committee. And the same support was assured to the department to say they would ensure that all the departments at the highest level, there's that kind of commitment to ensure that the plan is implemented. And there was also an acknowledgement of, the multi-sectoral nature of the magnitudes that we're dealing with in terms of the NAP. Then on the 27th of February 2019, the department went to Cabinet. Cabinet also approved the plan. They further gave support. And on top of that, then the entire plan was launched. There was a webinar, all stakeholders committed to that. So, taking that as a base, I think the department needs to hold, relevant people accountable. And how is that happening? How are we doing that? Maybe we need to further, interrogate that part of it. Now, the first year of the NAP was very much crucial in establishing, the deliverables. It was very much important that we delineate clear roles and responsibilities, areas of collaboration between the priorities, and sectors needed to be held accountable to develop their own deliverables, their own indicators based on the national one. Colleagues, you would remember that, if you were to do indicators, there are challenges around them. There's cost implications attached to each and every indicator. There's cost implication in terms of the data collection, the resources that needs to be attached to a specific indicator. But if you embed this within your departmental mandate, your departmental programs, it becomes very much easy. We've seen the programs that were reported by DBE, programs that are reported by Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. It clearly shows that departments are doing something that is related to the NAP, but in their own space. Now, what we need to do is to find a synergy of, bringing these things together so that, the other hand knows what the other is doing. Then that way, we are able to make an impact in the lives of the people. But again, achieve that one single objective that we are working towards. Now, there are also multiple forums that South Africa has. I've mentioned the forum of DGs, but again, in terms of the priorities that have been organized of government, we know that in the 5th administration, we had 14 priorities that were pursued, but now we have narrowed it to 6 priorities. Those priorities are also coordinated. And those are, entry points that need to be capitalized on to ensure that, accountability takes place at that level before it's even cascaded down to the provincial and the local level, understanding that at the local level, this is where things are happening. Now, there's an issue about, putting the capability of the state to test. The state is only capable when it is able to work together. The state is capable when it is able to bring together stakeholders, civil society, business, and the private sector to work together. Now we are talking of a state that is being capable. Now, how are we holding them accountable? People who committed to the plan. How are we ensuring that they are living up to their commitment? How are we monitoring their commitment? Is there an accountability framework? We know that we do have a plan. The plan was launched, the NAP, it was launched, but how are we going beyond the launching the plan? Is Department of Justice grappling on their own to ensure that the plan is implemented? What is it that is causing this outcry to say it's difficult to bring departments on board? Departments are not wanting to take ownership of the NAP. what we've seen is that the current implementation plan does not foster accountability and ownership because we haven't seen optimal contribution from the sectors. Capitalizing on the commitment made by the sectors, the department needs to engage with them, also in writing. You know, there is that, when you are, how debt collectors, when you overdue with your accounts, the tone that they write. So I think the department needs to get to that level of, writing to department. I think we are trying to get to the bottom of this, but at the government level. So there's to be, I'm taking this also from the lessons learned from the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Not unless you do something in writing to say, this is what you have committed. Remember, you are now speaking to the DG, you are speaking to the program managers, you're speaking to the CFO who doesn't want to support the program. But the minute you quote a cabinet resolution that was taken, the minute you quote a decision that was taken at a certain forum, I think it gives weight. We are really, really dealing with a public service that really needs to be calibrated, if in a lack of a better word. Now, the plan itself, again, one of the loophole or the gap that comes out of the plan is that it doesn't have targets. And, with the lack of targets, then it becomes difficult to also align with it, to identify your niche of contribution. Now, the next slide will talk to how we are maybe looking at improving the coordination. Remember, we need to be working together. It is not a Department of Justice alone. It is a collective of all government programs. We need to strengthen the coordination and the accountability structure towards the institutionalization. It must be institutionalized. Making it part of the departmental programs, it needs to be institutionalized. Optimize the existing coordinating structures. There's no need to create other structures to say this is a task team for that. Let's optimize on what is already happening, because another challenge is that people get so depleted attending meetings. You've got to attend that meeting, you are part of that, you are part of. So let's see, because we've got structures that are existing, either at local level, at national level, let's look at the possibility of tapping into that structure so that, we try and bring out our voice, but using their already existing agenda. The monitoring and reporting plan is very much important. We need to develop, much as we have a plan, we need to develop the M&E plan and agree on the reporting intervals. If it has to be on a biannual basis, there would be those terms of reference, and you would then be able to hold other departments and sectors accountable. The campaigns, I know that there was some voice coming out in terms of the communication. The plan needs, the strategy itself, it needs to be supported by a robust communication plan. A plan that would communicate, like for instance, as you're implementing the program throughout the year, you communicate like we are doing with the issues of the gender-based violence, the issues of the work that is being done by different stakeholders within the communities. So GCIS need to come on board to make sure that we communicate. This is what government is doing, but we communicate, because the outcry there is as if nothing is being done by government. The issues of communities that are problems that they are sitting with, it's as if government is not, but there are a lot of efforts that are being done, but we need to bring in our communication so that they represent us, because we cannot all be communicators. We are not trained or empowered to do so. The finalization of the hate speech and the hate crimes bill, I had the Deputy Minister talking about the process, and I'm very much happy for that. But it's important, remember, this is a legislation that we came with from the 5th administration. So if we are to to really put our weapons together. I think this is a very key legislation that will also support us, will enable us in the implementation of this plan. Consider another collaboration with the Foundation for Human Rights. This is specifically to the Department of Justice. Remember, colleagues, we had that SAGA baseline survey, and that was the end of it. I think it's very, very much important because it measures the understanding of the values of the Constitution. And, you know, just to make it a project, and because there's no continuity. The truth is that, Deputy Minister, we do not have any other measurement since 2018. So if there could be that kind of a consideration to look at that. And then I think that will be all from my side. But I would really like to urge that especially government departments, and at the DPME level, I think we'll also work closely with the Department of Justice, and we've made that commitment. But it's important that, you know, once a program comes in, it's not seen as an add-on, rather something that, you know, strengthen our delivery as government, as something that gives us credibility as a Department of Social Development, Arts and Culture, or whatever, because you cannot be working alone. Asibeni nalobo budlelwane bumakhelwane kind of a thing. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Told 2 minutes. I'll try and be 2 minutes. I've told the program director to give me 10 minutes, otherwise she must tell me to keep quiet. Colleagues, Nelson Mandela once said that, you know, there's a long road to freedom, and I guess we can say there is a long road to equality, non-racialism, and non-sexism. In 1998 or so, we developed as South Africans the National Action Plan for the protection and promotion of human rights. It was deemed as one of the best human rights plans in the world, and I got my first business class flight to New York, where the report was tabled at UNDP on behalf of Nelson Mandela and cabinet. Unfortunately, that plan came and went. We don't even know about it today. Now, we had the Qual Conference in 2001 in Durban, and then 19 years later, or 18 years later, we have the NAP, another long journey. So one really hopes that this time, you know, we'll learn from our past and make sure that this plan is indeed effective in terms of its implementation. Now, I think for us to be able to ensure that we have an effective implementation of NAP, we need to understand the context. And I think that's where we made a mistake. From where I stand, NAP is nothing else but the wishes of our people for a non-racial, equal society, and non-sex society. Now, if we don't embrace NAP as our plan and see it as government, it will surely fail. So the World Conference was nothing else but a gathering of people to say, you know what, in order to address issues of racism in the world, let's have a conference and let us ask all states in the world to draw up their own national action plans to combat racism, unfair discrimination, and so forth. So here we are today. But if we don't embrace this plan, then we will basically be failing as a people. And I think that's something which government has to do very well to make sure, as the chief was saying here, that, you know, these events must go to the ground. Our people need to embrace NAP, and they need to see it as part of their vision towards a South Africa which our ancestors fought for. Then we can then be on the right direction. Now, when then it comes to the issues around accountability, monitoring, and evaluation, I want to start by saying that, again, if you look at our preamble, it says government is based on the will of the people. Government for the people, by the people, for the people. So the first line of accountability, monitoring, and evaluation is the people of this country. If we are not going to hold our government to ensure that this plan is actually implemented, this plan actually makes sense, then it will fail to a large extent. So we need to take responsibility as South Africans. It's our country. It's our plan. The plan helps us to give effect to our visions as South Africans. And I think we should not forget this, colleagues. Now, the second layer, of course, is government. Section 7 says government of the Constitution, government has a responsibility to promote, protect, fulfill human rights. So this plan is part of that mandate of government to give effect to human rights. And therefore, government is also responsible for accountability to self. Here's a plan. What are we doing as government to ensure that this plan works? What are we doing to ensure that all components of government play a role in ensuring that this plan works? Parliament also has to play a role. And we have seen from Zondo Commission there's been a problem in how Parliament itself holds executive to account. And then many things fall apart. And then, of course, you have the judiciary as well. Quality courts play a very important role. So if the plan is not working properly, we have the courts, unfortunately, as we've heard today, that are not being fully utilized. Let us use these courts to fight equality and ensure that the plan does succeed. Then, of course, we have bodies like us, constitutional bodies. Again, if we ourselves don't hold government to account properly, then we'll be failing and the country will fail. So as far as accountability is concerned, colleagues, that is the steps which we have to follow. And we need to make sure this happens all the time. If one step here goes wrong, we will definitely be limping. And then we'll get back to that situation where we had a national action plan for human rights in 1998, and it's now gathering dust in government departments, in the shelves of the Human Rights Commission. And most South Africans are not even aware of that plan. Then when it comes to monitoring, the same issue again, we have to monitor as citizens what government is doing. We pay tax. So you can't be employing me as your garden man, and then you don't care what I do. You know, I go home and I go on Friday and think, and I don't come back until Monday. It's okay. That's not monitoring. We have to ensure that public servants who are paid with the tax monies are doing their work. So we have to monitor as people of this country that this plan works. So I want to say, if this plan works, I will not be blaming the DG 20 years from now. We must be blaming ourselves as South Africans. What have we done? And of course, if the DG doesn't do his work, just get rid of him. Simple as that. Then, of course, there are bodies which have been established like us, the Human Rights Commission, Section 184 of the Constitution gives us a clear mandate that the Human Rights Commission has a mandate to monitor and assess the observance of human rights. And NAP is a human rights plan. And therefore, the Human Rights Commission and other constitutional bodies have to play a much more clear role on this matter. There must be commitment by the bodies like the Human Rights Commission to monitor and tell the people of this country what is happening and advise government as well. Now, if you look at PEPUDA also provides that, you know, there must be an annual report on racism, disability, and gender. Unfortunately, that section hasn't come into operation yet 20 years later. But, you know, if DG and Deputy Minister, we could actually ensure this clause comes into operation, then it means the Human Rights Commission will have to produce on an annual basis a report on the state of gender, disability, and racism and other forms of discrimination to help, you know, give life to this National Action Plan, that it continues. Thirdly, the Human Rights Commission has a mandate to monitor how we as a country implement and observe our international human rights treaty obligations. So there are a number of human rights conventions here, SAD and many others, which talks about National Action Plan. Now, what are we doing as a Human Rights Commission to monitor? To what extent is government implementing CEDAW, SAD, and all other those conventions which speak to the National Action Plan? And if we're not doing our work properly then, what are you then, as the shareholders of this company, South Africa, doing about that? So if the Human Rights Commission does not do its work, then again, there's another problem. Now, evaluation also, colleagues, it's not just apart from monitoring. It means we constantly also have to evaluate not only the plan, but how it's being implemented and how we can improve on it. We've already been told here that there's a problem of indicators or targets. That was a problem we had when we were drafting the National Action Plan for Human Rights, that how do we get government to commit to targets and indicators? It's a difficult task. I'm sure colleagues from SA will tell you that, you know, we're still battling in this country to get clear human rights indicators, so that we can say, 5 years from now, what progress have we made and where are the challenges. Again, we do need to empower bodies which can actually play a role in this regard. And I'm glad Stas is here because they are also experts in this part of the work. So colleagues, in short, we say this is our plan, and we are responsible as to how we'll hold ourselves and government to account as far as its implementation, how we'll monitor what we're doing as well to ensure that it succeeds. So colleagues, in those few words, let me end here. Thank you.
We're going to switch over to virtual now for our third input, and it's great that we can have this kind of hybrid conference. So welcome to Diego Huralde.
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this conference. Good afternoon, especially to the DG and Deputy Minister. Pleased to be in your presence today. I'd like to share my screen, so if that can be enabled for me, please. Otherwise, if it's not possible, I'll just speak off the presentation without sharing it with you. I think the previous presenters have been very forthright in indicating the ability or the need to be able to monitor and to be able to report on the progress that we are making around the fight against racism, xenophobia, and gender-based discrimination. Statistics South Africa, we are a national department that is accountable to the minister in the presidency. More specifically, we report directly to the deputy minister there. And we are mandated to collect information on official statistics as mandated by the Statistics Act number 6 of 1999, which indicates our independence from government, which indicates that we receive oversight by a statistics council, and that we ensure the confidentiality of our respondents. Many of the line departments, like the Department of Justice, would make input and would deliver processes such as policies around racism, xenophobia, and the like. But where the National Statistics Office comes in is it looks at those outputs and it measures the outcomes through censuses and surveys, through administrative records or sector statistics. And then there's an additional layer of the impact of policies and programs, and this takes place by policy analysts and by the research community. So at Statistics South Africa, we produce over 300 publications a year on the people of South Africa, on its living conditions, on the economy of South Africa, and even on the natural environment. Maybe just to focus a little bit about data collection at Status Aid during COVID-19. Face-to-face data collection was suspended at the start of the hard lockdown in April of 2020. We reverted to telephonic interviewing where those telephone numbers were available. And this obviously resulted in reduced response rates. During this time, we resorted to conducting some online opinion surveys that were relevant towards COVID-19. And it is only now recently in 2022 that we are returning to face-to-face data collection alongside that of the census, which, as you all know, and I hope you've all been enumerated, has taken place via the web, over the phone, or through a personal interview. So we're always looking for alternative sources of data collection and to be able to report on issues that are relevant to the running of the country. So I want to focus specifically on two themes: one, racism, and secondly, xenophobia. So the first one, I'm going to make reference to a survey that one of my colleagues is responsible for, called the Governance, Public Safety and Justice Survey, or GPSJS for short. A variety of indicators are collected here, but I think of relevance here is that that in 2019-2020, 78.5% of users of courts were satisfied or very satisfied with the services offered. So I think that speaks to the performance in the justice sector quite significantly. Furthermore, more than 3/4 of people aged 16 and older indicated that they trusted or strongly trusted the courts, 84.9% of them as a matter of fact. So here we're talking about trust in institutions. When we look at issues of discriminations, we ask people, which are the types of discrimination do you think exist in South Africa, and have you experienced any of them in the past 12 months? So we talk about issues as race, language, poverty, nationality, political affiliation, and various others. And the top 5 types of discriminations experienced by South Africans are exactly the same as the top 5 believed to exist, but not necessarily in the same order. So the top 5 which people believe exists are discrimination based on race, nationality, poverty or wealth status, ethnic or tribal group, and language. And when we look at the actual discrimination that has been reported, it is race is the highest. It's followed by language, then followed by poverty, then followed by ethnic or tribal groups, and finally on nationality. So the experiences of the people most certainly resonate with what we are seeing in terms of discrimination, which has actually been reported. If we look through the population group, we will see that numerically, most experiences of racial discriminations occur amongst Black African people, but proportionally, 12.2% of Indian Asian people indicate that they have experienced racial discrimination, followed by white people at 9.7%, colored people at 6.5%, and Black Africans at 5.8%. So this is really just a reflection of the size of different demographic population groups. About 38.9% of these people who claimed they experienced racial discrimination indicated that this happened in the workplace, followed by in public spaces, neighborhoods, shops or restaurants, and educational institutions. Then I'd like to move to the issue of labor migration and xenophobia, which is something that has gripped the headlines in recent months. This theme or this topic is one of the most prevalent sources and causes of xenophobia, and it's driven by the perception that foreigners steal jobs, and I say that in inverted commas. When we talk about the measurement of labor migration and of migration, the question of irregular migration often comes up. And I think it must be made clear here that when we measure migration, whether it be through a census or a survey, we are not interested in the legal status of these migrants. The job of a statistical office in this case is to count the number of people who have moved into South Africa or within South Africa, and the issue of irregular migration is not within our domain. Also, if we were to demand proof that one is a regular migrant, response rates would not be very high, and that would lead to poor statistics and poor information that the persons like yourself would have to use. Recently, in early April, the National Migration and Urbanization Forum, which is a forum that has been endorsed by Cabinet, released a statement on issues of xenophobia and labor migration, and I will make reference to that in a slide in a short moment. But I think the thrust of the message which I want to deliver here today is that we need to view migration as an opportunity that we need to manage and not a problem that exists. We need to view it from a human rights perspective, and also as we recover from various social challenges such as health, unemployment, education, crime, we should do so from an evidence-based perspective. It's not okay to blame foreign-born persons for all of our social ills when there is plenty of evidence around us to suggest what the source and what the magnitude of the challenges really are. So in 2019, we released a report on the labor market outcomes of migrant populations, which was as a result of a migration module inserted into the 2012 and 2017 quarterly labor force survey. Labor migration is relevant because we see it in a variety of frameworks. We see in the National Development Plan a desire to facilitate migration and ease the entry of skilled migrants. The African Union Migration Policy Framework also focuses on labor migration, on migration data and the link between migration and development. 11 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals contain targets and indicators that are relevant towards migration. And finally, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration, signed in 2018, and who last week just had its first International Migration Review Forum, a review of these objectives of the Global Compact, focus on regular migration, regular pathways, decent work, labor mobility, as well as data around migration. Some findings from this 2012 and 2017 quarterly labor force survey showed that the number of people moving to find work or to work increased from around 63% in 2012 to just over 64% in 2017. So clearly, 2/3 of immigrants are mostly moving into South Africa for issues related to work. When we have a look at one of the key indicators around employment, we see that amongst immigrants, the proportion that is employed dropped from about 84.4% to 81.6%, whereas for internal migrants, it dropped from 78 to 74%, which includes mostly South Africans, and non-movers, which is exclusively South Africans, dropped from 73 to 70. So with that in mind, you may be tempted to say that foreigners are having an advantage in South Africa in terms of in employment, but it's not necessarily as simple as that, as I will indicate shortly. From the statement that the Migration and Urbanization Forum released in the beginning of April, and from these two surveys, we noticed that the proportion of foreign-born people in some of the key industries which are being mentioned in the media when we debate labor migration lies between 7.2 and 12%. So there's no real evidence of a excessive domination of particular sectors by foreign-born persons as far as the data is concerned. Then if we have a look at female immigrants in the domestic sector, we can see that about 1 in 4 women who emigrate into South Africa are working in this domestic sector, which is a substantially vulnerable sector. The reason why I say that the level of unemployment does not tell the full story is that the ILO has a framework referred to as the Decent Work Framework, and it looks at issues around unemployment, those who are not in employment, education, or training, informal employment, unpaid employment, excessive hours of work, time-related underemployment, employees being entitled to maternity or paternity leave, having or not having an employment contract, being in permanent employment or not, contribution to a pension fund or UIF, and trade union membership. These 11 sub-indicators make up the Decent Work Framework. And when we map that against non-movers, internal migrants or immigrants, we see that in 8 of the 11 sub-indicators, international migrants score the worst in 8 of those 11. The other 3 score worst amongst non-movers. So this really points towards a high levels of vulnerability that international migrants are exposed to. So I think in closing, I would like to just reaffirm the commitment of Statistics South Africa to measure these kind of indicators that can be relevant towards the National Action Plan on Racism and Xenophobia, and to indicate that as we try and address our social challenges and as we recover from COVID-19, that this kind of recovery should be driven through an evidence lens as well as from a human rights and humanitarian type of lens. With that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iturralde, for those words that kind of bring together some of the presentations from yesterday as well. So I want to give, you all got the program in front of you. I'd like to give us a bit of a roadmap to where we go in so that you can craft and draft your inputs if you'd like to be part of the facilitated discussion just now. Of course, we only have time for a few, but what we're going to be doing, we're going to be having a bit of a discussion, and I'll take Chair's prerogative to set the parameters for those. And then we're going to be talking about what's called a way forward. And I'd like you to start thinking about, because we are made up of members of the state and members of civil society. There's some high schoolers in the room. There's some people from different bodies and organizations. So the way forward, you know, we could kind of frame it in different ways. And, you know, in the spirit of what this event is about, which is the launch of the report, but also commemoration of 20 years since the World Conference, and pretty much a government launch of this, right, within the kind of structures of the bureaucracy. We want to ask, in terms of the way forward, members who are here to give us your suggestions or your view on how you would like the state to be held accountable. How would you like us to be accountable in this commitment that we have, right? So we talked earlier about the long-term systemic change and the pieces that are in place and the kind of institutional mechanisms that are there. The different departments came to give their commitments. So it's, in a sense, to a certain extent, institutionalized. And we're looking for those kind of frameworks for reporting. But one part of the puzzle that's missing is how are we to be held accountable, not just in terms of our own structures and in terms of our own reporting mechanisms to each other, but how should we be accountable to society, right? And the two speakers here and the one online reminded us that in essence, it's about serving the people been accountable to society. So some of the things that I'd like you to think about and already start drafting is, we've got some of the pieces of the puzzle from the bureaucratic system, right? The government does what it does best, which is creates these systems and programs of reporting, which is very necessary. So there's structures of accountability, but how are we to be accountable, right? So that's the way forward. And then after that way forward, the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development has the unenviable task of giving us closing comments of these 2 days of discussions, and some of your thoughts about the way forward, right? After that, we'll do some, kind of housekeeping, which is a vote of thanks. But behind the screen here where I'm on, there's another huge banner that will come out at that time. But I really want this to, be, thoughtful. So the banner is a kind of document where we're going to symbolically, people that are here, the Deputy Minister and others, symbolically sign as a pledge that comes out of this launch event. And I would like to read it to you, because we'll invite you to also sign this pledge. And I don't want you to be hit with it, just suddenly and then need to sign it. It says, "We believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We pledge to uphold the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. We commit to contribute towards building a non-racial, non-sexist society based on the values of human dignity, equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom. We commit to call out and condemn any form of discrimination and pledge our support for the elimination of all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, including their gender-based manifestations." So that's where we're going with the session. And I'd like to kind of, as we draw it to a close, kind of remind ourselves that COVID reminded us, I think, of our shared humanity. This idea that, yes, we might not all be in the same boat, but we can definitely, really think beyond our systems and programs to think about how we can do this well. So we're going to take a short round of questions or comments to this particular panel, and then we'll do the way forward, and then the Deputy Minister will give us some closing comments, right? So I'm just going to take a really short round. I just think 3 inputs, and then we'll ask the panel. And so the panel also, Mr. Ituralde is online to be able to do that. Okay, I see one here, right here, and then one diagonally across, number 2, yes? And the third one, let's take a young person there from the back. Right, so could the roving mics make their way? There's one right here in the front, the lady in blue, the lady at the back with the white bag, and the gentleman at the back with the cap. Please be brief and please introduce yourselves. Start there at the back, with the lady with the white bag at the back.
Is it on? Good afternoon, everyone. Yes.
Can I ask you to stand just for the camera? Sorry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sizagale Shongwe from the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and I'm responsible for social cohesion, nation building, and target groups. And I hope I'm not taking the space for a third hand, because mine is not in relation to the discussion. But I was just worried a little bit about the declaration to say that it talks at the end about gender-based manifestations. Perhaps I might have missed something, but if we're talking to issues of gender-based violence, I think we need to label it accordingly. And because of the seriousness and the gravity of gender-based violence itself, it should be But if it's a different point, then I'll accept.
No, thank you for making that point. And I think the point was, made yesterday that these have intersectional outcomes. And so it's that with an expression of how it can manifest to gender. So I'll take another third one. So let's go to the lady in with the white bag who's already standing.
Yes.
And,
Good day, everyone. My name is Angelina Nyandeni. I'm from an organization called Basadi Ba Mogale. I'm from the West Rand. I'm sorry, ma'am, you are taking us in a corner now. Because at the first round, they suppressed our question and our hands. So I'm sorry, I'll have to ask 2 questions regarding the Department of Education. As basically, as Basadi Ba Mogale, we are focusing on women and children. So there are questions that I want to ask the Department of Education. When it comes to framework, as they say, there is a framework. To me, I feel like it's a framework. It's not something that is done till. I've been a chairperson in a high school for more than 8 years. And there's nothing that has been done regarding to safety in the schools. So if maybe, if I can ask the questions, how is safety involved in schools? How do the Department of Education help in the schools when it comes to safety? Because of, at the end of the day, there are so many bullying and all that because of there's no safety in place. And then regarding the undocumented learners, there was a case about a child who committed suicide. And unfortunately, this child didn't have documents. As you just said that South Africa is for all of us. But now you are allowing kids from outside to go to school without documentations. This child committed suicide. He was in a mortuary for 2 months because of there's no documentation. So what is the procedure of taking this child to school while they don't have the documentations? When you say you are allowing them not to sit at home but to be at school, what procedures are you taking to make sure that this child, when they enter into the South African schools, they've got documentations? And then I will go to the statistics. I'm not convinced about the diagram that was there. I was working as a field worker. Whatever that is being said there, I feel it's not true. Because of I was on the ground. I worked for statistics. This time was for my 2nd time. And this one, it was not simple, it was not easy. The only thing that you get from people, when they say people are happy with the justice system, and that is not true. People are not happy. People will only give you their names and ID numbers. From there, they say you can fill in whatever that you want. Because of there's nothing I want to do with this government. So it's not right. People didn't fill in anything when regarding to work. When you ask them the questionnaire about work, they will ask you, are they going to give me a job? When you say no, they say there's no need. Why do you want to know about my salary? Why do you want to know where I work? So the only thing that we got right was only the names and the IDs. I was on the floor, I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
thank you. So there's 2 issues. One was the overhanging question directed at the respondent from the DBE. Can I ask Dr. Watson, after the session, to engage directly with the person who asked there, simply so that we can move to this particular section. But I think one of the outcomes, it was really quite encouraging at the end of the previous session. There were some kind of practical elements of what can be done right now. And, I saw during tea some of the social cohesion advocates chatting to people, some of the people who were making those comments. So that's really good. And I'll encourage that to happen then. So that first question, we noted. Thank you. The person in the blue cap right at the back, and then we'll take another hand.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Karian. This is Kevin Petla from TUT, the most recognized university in the country, the first leading university of technology in the entire continent. That is TUT. It is quite disappointing to be at the session whereby this facilitator, she's from Wits University. We're having TVET sectors, we're having technologies universities at the country. That is equivalent to her qualifications at the current time, but they are marginalized. Automatically, the problem lies with this particular department itself. So right now here, I believe all of us here are going to be co-opted with this problem. That is a fact of the matter. If you look around, there's no a window where you can relate outside to the problems. The leadership up there made it very clear that this program was supposed to be positioned, situated to those ones who are fully encountering these challenges day and day. The lady there emphasized earlier on that. It is tough out there. She went to even an extent of specifying names. Therefore, automatically it means her safety as we speak is now compromised. She can be assassinated at any given time. There was no any commitment that was made from the side there. That is the truth of the matter. When we look at the government, through you, Dr. Karian from Wits University, your university has a reputation itself. The reputation itself, it allows this program to sit the way it is today. This building is owned by an individual called Athen. That cadre is worth plus minus 9.4 billion. Fact of the matter. How many of us here from our respective homes are having that particular figure in our account? None of us. Fact of the matter. Therefore, it means if this session is a success, it's a success economically for a group of people. Fact of the matter. Therefore, my advice.
Thank you.
My advice to everyone, I think we should dissolve the session. The session must sit at a point whereby we are afforded to contribute. In terms of unemployment, we have improved it where we're from. Fact of the matter.
Thank you.
I'm not done, ma'am. Democratically,
Can we wrap it
section
up
16.
quickly?
Section 16 allows me. It means you're coming with the section 36 that are forced to limit me. That I can't allow. Please, my leader, respect me. Number two, the presentation earlier on was based on unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate is increasing because of policy documentations. They're in a sense that they do not allow a particular group of people to be recognized. In South Africa, we're having a qualification called dental technology. That qualification, most of you don't know of it. Fact of the matter, the Department of Higher Education, we're having the students under the South African Dental Technology Council who are not registered with their council from the year 2019 up until now. We wrote many letters to the Office of Justice System. None of them responded. Why are they here today? Because they've issued out a particular figure, almost 1 million, to make this program a success for their interest. But for the interest of our people, nothing was done. Fact of the matter is that if we have to speak of unemployment rate in terms of changing it, we need to check the number of graduates do we possess in the country. And how do we position them? Secondary to that, we need to check are the account settled there at the universities. Because you find the students are loitering around with a document from a finance stating you're owing the university. When you know the university, you cannot find employment. You need to have an academic record, a qualification. Then we can speak of unemployment rate being compromised at large across the country. The reality of the matter is that if you want to position the females of our people, respectively the blacks, let's look at a change in the media industry. The media can only speak a lot about the blacks, that they are dominating in gender-based violence. You can never see any media individual exposing a white person that this person has abused their wife. Never.
Thank you. Thanks for those interventions.
Let me close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it.
Thank you.
I'm closing it. I'm just closing it. In the last point is that
30
I want,
seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. I like that. Very good. Very good. My lady, in the near future, when we speak of intensifying the fight against racism, let's make it a point that we are all inclusive. Remember the dream of Mandela. It's a rainbow nation. When we speak of a rainbow nation, it's all the colors that you find in the country. Black, white, and the rest. All in one session. They spoke a fact that in this discussion, you see a large number of blacks that are not having a problem towards racism. But those who are having a problem towards it, they are still at their own places, at Sandton, where there's no load shedding. But now, those who are compromised are experiencing load shedding. Let's make it a point of that one. Thanks, my leadership.
Thank you. thank you for that intervention, and I think, it's useful. I'm happy to take the dig for votes, but the point is that, these forums are here so that we can engage, and so that the Department of Justice can engage with the movers and shakers and invite them to these things so that they become kind of critical friends from within these engagement structures and corridors. I was going to take another hand, but I don't think we have time for that, and I'm getting the nod from our organizers here that we'd love to pose a question to the panel, and I think, I hear the frustrations and the critiques coming out, and I think, one of the things is that this particular meeting is not necessarily supposed to be kind of doing grassroots campaign work. There are other structures, there are other planned events, a whole kind of rollout of activities that are going to be part of getting the message across, getting buy-in, allowing other voices to be heard. And so this is not it. If we think that this is it, then it's a problem. But it can never be it. It would be unjust for that to be so. So this is a meeting discussing how this can happen systemically within the state, right? And so let me bring it back to the panelists. Mr. Iturralde, you heard that comment by a member of the audience about talking about how much should we trust these statistics, right? We made, I think even yesterday, lots of our discussion was about evidence-based, presenting the data of the report. The FHR presented its fantastic report on looking at monitoring the government itself, data on that. So perhaps, Mr. Iturralde, you can give us your thoughts around that, and the panel as well, the colleague from DPME and the CEO of SAHRC. What's the value of doing this? Why, as a government, should we be talking so much about this? And if there are other evidence from grassroots, from people on the street, what should we be doing about that? So that's the first, and then I remind you that I'm asking you to think through a way forward that asks how should we be held accountable? So we have our structures, we have our plans of indicators, etc. How should we be held accountable? So don't forget, we're getting there. And then the second question I think that comes out is this idea of indicators, the kind of programs that we have, the bureaucratic pieces of the puzzle. How do we ensure that those don't become ends, ENDS, ends in and of themselves, so that that serves the bigger vision rather than just the data set and the report and the indicators becoming the end in itself that we aspire to. Even the communication strategy, how do we ensure that that doesn't become an end, but actually change in society becomes the end? So how do we use that information to better our programs, to learn, to become more capable, etc. So I'll hand over to the panel now, and then we'll take the way forward after that.
Thanks, Program Director. I first want to start by, making a commitment from DPME, as I am representing DPME, that in terms of reviewing the action plan, I think we commit to work together with the Department of Justice for the implementation evaluation of the plan as part of the review process. Obviously, we would have arrangements as to how the commissioning process is done. And then with regards to the surveys, the data and so on, like I had indicated that I am responsible for social cohesion and nation building. And social cohesion being such a complex, meta issue element, we use mostly the proxy indicators to understand, attitudes like, your trust surveys, your pride index, social cohesion index, identity index. And we mostly use not only one source. We use the Brand SA, we use the Reconciliation Barometer from Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. We also use any other independent sources. So from my point of view and from where I am standing, if the data or the results are triangulated with the other sources and also understanding how data was obtained and so on and so on, I think we, for now, in the absence of any other method of measurement, I guess we'll have to live with that. But if somebody has got inside information as to how data is compromised, behind our backs as the public, I think I'm also having a very, very serious concern, because the lady indicated that she used to work for Status A, and yeah, I'm really worried in terms of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Iturralde, I think you are on standby to respond to those questions and comments.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me say that I find it unfortunate that as a former field worker, that the lady who asked the question espouses views like that, but they are legitimate views, and we take them on board so that we can continue to improve our systems. I think it's important to understand that any type of data collection, questionnaire formulation, or any part of the statistical value chain is grounded in tested and internationally best practice methodologies. We don't wake up one day and decide that we are going to do this in this way or the other way, because it's just how we feel. But we collect information in the way that many other countries collect similar information, where the statistical infrastructure in South Africa allows. Following any data collection exercise, there's an evaluation process. There's usually an independent team that goes back into the field and asks a sample of those who have been interviewed, whether they were interviewed, and re-ask some of the questions to make sure that there isn't a difference between what the field workers asked and what the evaluation team is asking. And these findings are taken into account when we release any report. Thirdly, there's the issue of triangulation, and the previous speaker spoke about a triangulation just now. We rely heavily on the research community, the academic community, who measure and study similar themes to what we measure, and we take account of the findings that they have. And where these findings are disparately different, we try and explain it, or we try and explore it a little bit further in further iterations of our data collection. So I would say that by all means, the statistics can be trusted. The Statistician General would not release any statistics that do not conform, A, to international best practice in terms of methodology, that B, is not in line, is not showing any major issues when the evaluation is taking place, and thirdly, where issues of triangulation show that there are distinct differences between what what we are showing. I think we've gone to significant lengths to explain to the populace why we ask the questions that we ask, why asking questions about the labor market are important, about income and expenditure, and these kind of things are important because it allows government to make the right kind of decisions. It allows there to be an evidence base which researchers can research this even further. And it enhances the integrity of the country in that many of its policies and programs are supported and grounded with a well-functioning National Statistics Office. I thank you.
Thank you so much, and for also joining us virtually.
Thank you. Colleagues, for me, really, what is important really is the reasons behind the plan. The plan is really designed to help us as a country to address the underlying challenges of racism, sexism, and so forth. There's nothing magical about the plan. It's ours. We know where we come from. We know where we are today. And we need to address the past injustice. So the plan is one way in helping us. So we need to embrace it. We need to make it work. We need to fix it. Now, certainly, we do need integrity of data. Yes, some of us are researchers. We know there are crooks all over the show. You even have people lying in court. They get sentenced for perjury. So it happens. But it means those who are managing information need to ensure that we need the information which we can rely on. Because then without that information, how would we know whether we're making progress or not? And certainly, colleagues, let us be honest. At this point in time, our indicators are horrible. Poverty, unemployment, violence, and whatever. And all these things have a bearing to the legacy of the past. And we need to fix it. So we need to own the plan. We need to own our data so that when we go out there and collect, let us make sure we get credible information. Otherwise, colleagues, if we don't move forward, we'll move backwards. And countries do collapse. And we don't want our country to collapse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you know, I'd like to also just, thank members of the public that are here in the audience that kind of, you bore through the kind of technical stuff because that's important for this gathering. And, I think some of the learning is for the benefit of the bureaucratic machine, right? And so we must not forget the purpose of what we're doing here, and that we would love to engage further, right? And I'm speaking from the perspective of the DOJ. This is a series of ongoing conversations that's going to take the next 20 years. And the whole point is that it sets up the institutional framework for that to be rolled out in the country over the next 2 decades. So please, if you are not part of the conversation in 2 decades, then this meeting is not the problem, right? There's going to be forums, there's going to be platforms, so please do lend your voice. I think some of the things that we learned during this time and was reinforced to us is that it's not an government versus civil society. This is an issue that we need to be tackling together, and that's why this pledge will come out just now. I asked you to do some homework, right? To ask the hard, or to give us some hard things that we need to think about. How should we be held accountable? So we have monitoring and evaluation, don't say that. I mean, we have a whole ministry of that, right? A whole department within the presidency for monitoring and evaluation. So how should we be held accountable to society? How would you like to see us being held accountable, right? So that's the way forward, I think. So I know there are 3 roving mics. I know that there are undiscussed conversations from previous sessions, and even from this session. I'd love us to stick to the program, right? And to give us some interventions that are quick, that are punchy, yes, that are challenging and provocative, yes, bring it on. I'm going to take about 10, and I'm going to kind of go that way, from this corner to that corner, so that the people with the mics aren't running around and the video person isn't going crazy. So we'll start with Mr. ICT. Yes? Yes, but no, I hear you. Thank you. So the request is for people who haven't spoken before to speak, but I do think that there are different issues to be ventilated. This is however, let's also kind of respect that, right? I think we can do both. We can do both. We don't have to say no one who ever spoke before can't intervene, because that, I mean, we cannot have that kind of facilitation. But neither do we also want, people who have made their point to be able to, give the space to others so that they don't make the same point necessarily. So on this point, how should we be held accountable by you, right? So we're going to go, you there? The person who is number 2. Number 3 there with the brown cap. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Just wave to me, 10. No, not you. Gentleman there. Yes, 10. And then let's take those 10, and then if there's time for 1 or 2 more, let's do so, right? So you know your numbers. Please grab your mic and let's be short and
thank you, Dr. Karen. Yeah, I also respect the minister within our midst, Mr. John Geoffrey. Yeah, look, I mean, there are tools there that can make us to be accountable. One of them is the PFMA. But then it becomes a very big challenge because that's where the monies are going. For example, our organization, the Communication Access Organization of South Africa, we have a program that can assist government to cohere and all government departments to cohere. But now the challenge with that program, they like it. We pitched in almost every department. But now that program, for us to conduct that research, it needs something like around 14 million rands. And when you request 14 million rands from the government, it must go to anything beyond 2.5 million must go for tender, right? And then our concept, it was not for a tender, because we are well rooted on the ground. We're working in rural communities and everything. But now they say, okay, there's USASA, Universal Service Access Agency, that is sitting with billions of money that's supposed to support our program to assist government. But then we can't access that money because of the regulations within the PFMA, you see. Then that is a challenge with regard to that. And just I'm asking last 30 seconds, right?
No.
Okay.
Can I characterize your intervention?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that, and please pass the mic on to accountability in either the funding mechanisms or to equalize the opportunities between service providers when this program gets rolled out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out, yes, we have to come alongside government and work with government as civil society. Your question on how do we move forward. What is pointed out here very clearly from the floor, our people have a lot to say. And I think there's a lot of solutions to the problems that government are facing right here on the ground. I think when we're hosting events like this, we need to make more space and time for groups on the floor to have discussions amongst ourselves in relation to government to find solutions, because we're going to move out here with people that are still frustrated and only answers given to us by government from the state. And that need to change, because that is not community development or engagement or transformation when we're only listening to the hierarchy in terms of how we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm characterizing that one is kind of listen widely beyond the hierarchy of government. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, number 3. Your mic is off. Still, can we check that? Backup mic there, please.
Good day. Yes, my name is Karabo Musetli again. And just to respond to the question at hand, one, I believe that the only way that we can assist government to hold them accountable is that from this point we take a U-turn. I mean, the plan is there, it exists, but the problem is that it's a plan that was made for the people without the people being involved. That's why the first speaker was saying we need to go to the people out there, Mr. Speaker. Even on the social cohesion, my actual words were, only the pot can tell how hot the fire is. We cannot tell you how to do this thing because of the people that are really facing the problem, they're not here.
Thank you.
Our Human Rights Commission is here to assist us, and yes, we have to hold them accountable. But as local organization, we are having a problem to hold accountable because of you are giving us resources through agencies, and these agencies, they're giving you reports through templates with nothing tangible. We can only hold accountable if indeed you're working with people on the ground. What we've received as a report from Stats SA relative to the responses on the ground, there are two different things. On the economic language, they call it sarcastic error. So this is just sarcastic error terms, nothing in relations to us. So what I'm saying for government to get accurate data that is live and tangible, they need to work with organizations and universities that work with people working in day to day. What we are getting through agencies is not tangible results for government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think I took 2 points from there. One is that local organizations need to be resourced in terms of accountability to take advantage of the structures that exist, but also that there needs to be other structures that exist that don't go necessarily through big organizations. Thank you. Number 4 was, yes, and then going down there.
Greetings and thank you again. And just a reminder, as one of the few people who were at the World Conference Against Racism in Durban, we left there as frustrated as what I'm hearing now because civil society was once again being sidelined by what states were not following in terms of the requests of civil society. Deputy Minister, I went through this paper last night because I'd only seen it for the first time. And for example, I noticed the layout of the document. Xenophobia is third down but we are here for xenophobia and racism. So as somebody who's into editing, the document is actually not laid out so that civil society can understand it properly. So here's what we have done as a social cohesion advocate. I've been a social cohesion advocate since 2014, and our chair forgot to mention that none of us get paid for this work. Yeah. We are all pro bono. We travel this country from our own wit, so I don't want people to mistake us for public servants. We are patriotic servants. 3 things that I'd like to say. This is a year of capacity building. So if you really want community members to respond to you, also my sister Stella, I've been begging that monitoring and evaluation should stop being an exclusive skill. I would like to see every community leader have the basic skills of how to monitor, evaluate, the basic skills of how to report. DM, in April, I had over 55 community leaders from all over the country for our national social cohesion. We have created an app for community leaders, so they are able, and they have been trained on it, so they are able to account to us as advocates on what they have been doing with the training that we have given them. If we're not ready to capacitate, I mean, can you imagine giving, Mama Lapa Eundini this document, and she's a community leader who's doing an amazing job. But because she does not know how to access a graph, this graph means nothing to her. So I am pleading that let this be the time of capacitating. The knowledge that you have in here, if you don't speak English, you won't be able to translate it. It's wrong. So the last one, I'm saying to DOJ, I think, if we are intentional, we must stop trying to see community leaders as a problem when we come to you. Because one of the things that I've noticed in the last 10 years, working across all departments, those of you who are public servants with your titles, you actually do not respect the fact that we are on the ground. And that you cannot be the administrator of what needs to be done. And what we are finding, DM, is that a lot of your work is being administrated in such a way that you are also the implementers. But the implementers are sitting here. So really, if you really have a database, one of the things you should be getting today is a database of all the organizations who are sitting here and profile them under the actually intensifying the fight, as these are going to be your core people across the spread of the country. I think if we can go that route, you know, and stop this thing of us fighting with public servants, whether they are implementing or not, it needs to stop because it's holding us back. The last thing I'd like to say, because June month is coming, DM, and I've said it to my friend Daneline, who I've worked with for the last 20 years. The June month is coming in. We need to hear the youth's voices around intensifying the fight. So whatever we're going to do this month, can it just be focused on the youth? And I mean seriously having the youth having a round table just on how, because they are the Agenda 63 takeover. And until we get them online, our work is just an intentional work that is not going to go anywhere. So I'm pleading to DOJ, capacitate, train, accredit, certify, so that when young people are reporting, they have been given the skills to report. You get what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Siabong.
Thank you for that. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 was in this row. Green jacket, white cap. Oh, no, then I'm coming there. Number 7. So there's still 5. You're number 6. So 6.
Thank you, Program.
And then 7.
Okay. Let me speak. First thing, if we have to come to accountability, cutting us short on these type of questions is not accountability. So to listen is very important. And today I'm very happy to see that the Deputy Minister has at least sat through the entire day, where I feel it was very bad for the Minister to leave yesterday. As we do not want to speak to speakers, we want to speak to the Minister that is here. But something important that I feel about and that I also want to give, so I'm not going to be too short, but I'm going to try and keep it very short. As short as possible.
Don't worry, I need to be accountable also to the organizers, so I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay, so what I want to say is, in this, if we see the views of the people and what everybody has spoken about here, we all want to fight racism. We are here to fight racism, we all agree on it. When we speak xenophobia, you cannot hear an agreement, you can hear excuses. I think xenophobia and racism should be, and homophobia and the other rights that we are saying should be removed from each other. Because when we look at racism, we look at homophobia, we look at that, it gives a clear description to say it's a discrimination. Where xenophobia, when you look at the meaning of xenophobia, says it is a dislike to people from other countries. None of us has a dislike from people from other countries.
So how should we hold ourselves accountable?
For xenophobia, you must, I think the wording needs to change or something. How do you take somebody, so I want to actually put it as a question as well. How do you take somebody to court for being xenophobic against you? If the dictionary says a dislike, I cannot take you to court for a dislike against me. I also, people say the doula is not represented here, and I'm going to say today that I am part of operations to doula and Vol, which might make me more disliked than being in the ANC. There is a point where we have to come, and I think also when we have these conferences, I think when we take xenophobia forward to a conference, Justice Department is the wrong place. Because we cannot take somebody to court for xenophobia. But to take it to the finance conference, to see, are we financially sustainable to not be xenophobic in this country?
Okay, so let's stop it there
Thank you.
because I think those are value judgments that are not shared by members of this panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. But what I took out from your intervention is that the kind of language for the basis of discrimination needs to be categorized maybe a bit more clearly in the case of xenophobia. Number 7.
Thank you. Ke kopa nna ke tlo bua ka language ya ko ha ke tlo bua ka Sekgowa. Ha ke tlo bolela ka Sekgowa, ke tlo itoma ditemi nka se utlwale. Deputy ministers, senior officials of the various departments, di rutei ka moka ka ditekete tsa tsona le community members, those who are gathered here today. Nna ke bitswa Cecilia Park. Ka tulo ke tswa Magadi City, which is based in Westland. Ke tla bua ka mathata a re kopanang le ona mara bofelo ke tlo fa way forward because I've been suppressed. Ke member ya civic organization which is called South African National Civic Organization, SANCO. I'm sitting or standing as the secretary of Magadi City sub-region. Haribua, the Department of Justice, why are you West Randele, it's illegal minors. What are you doing as government? Kabatubali. The Intluzako West Rand, they are full, most in towns. The illegal occupants. Require the report. Take out the Romelale Hodimo, Horimudimu Ati. But now, how would the one from the Department of Justice? The social ills being unemployment, to mention is to waste time. All the social ills, there's none of them being attended to. Rebuti sa fela nje government ya rona hore ha re tla re le kgethile ore le hirilwe le hiretso bereka ka eng. Because we as community leaders, we attended various workshops with you, government. Certified ones and non-certified ones.
How should we be held accountable for this?
You need to be accountable by making sure that each and every issue that is reported to you is attended to. And you need to investigate. The people whom you deployed in the government office are not investigating. They just move around, drink beers, cold drinks with their friends. And they came back with a report that says all is well. Obviously it's not. Real Copa, assist us as government. People are educated. Children are abused. At the school, when we talk about the safety in schools, not only bullying, but about safe sex. Because of open one. Understand? That results to teenage pregnancies. It's a problem.
Okay.
We used to have Sister Mildred in schools when we grew up during Bantu education. Amongst us, we reached 19 to 20 years because of we knew about contraceptives.
Thank you.
We understand. Family control. You can't just bear a child on sleep and all over. Government, put the plans in place and implement them.
Thank you.
Failing which, bring those templates to us, we will do it. Because we've been doing it for more than 20 years. And we are not paid. Bring money.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm taking the last two interventions, which is this gentleman and that gentleman there in the corner. Yeah.
Thank you, Program Director, and ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Minister. And thank you very much for staying in throughout the session. And that's why the House is still full, unlike yesterday. I am trying to be brief, and I'm going to be very, very brief. But saying, answer to the problem that we are sitting at, it's these permanent jobs that we are having for the public administrators. That's why the government, we call them the government, but yet the government is the people. The government administrators are the problem. Starting from just under the president, the president of the country, we all look at, but the problem lies just under him. Just under him. Starting from the ministers, deputy minister, sorry, minister, deputy minister, but you are part. Because of the interest that they invest, they cause us a problem. Instead of driving a program, they drive their interests. Now comes the public administrators who are permanent. Now, due to knowing the status that the DM is going to be there for 5 years, he doesn't do what he's supposed to be doing because in 5 years he will be off there and then somebody's coming. Now the problem that we're sitting is from the DG, as every DG who's here, going down. Remember the first day when you took on the job, how scared were you even to sit at the chair or to go into the office that we were appointed at? But today you forgot because you know the color of the paint and every window and every block that is in the cockroaches and everything that is in the room. So that is the problem that we are sitting with.
So how should we be held accountable?
Key performance indicators, key performance indicators, yeah, so I'm trying to be fast. KPIs, sorry, should be the number one. And with the time that, if I am in the office for 5 years, let everybody be in the office for 5 years. When Joburg came into space just recently, they reviewed contracts as a permanent takeoff. Why can't we review all the contracts to say, we are sitting with a nap, we were napping for the past 20 years. Sorry, I'm trying to get the acronym right. The action plan in place to say, for the past 20 years, it is not being signed in yet. Yet we are still sitting and going as if everything is normal. Given the reach, that means of economy that we still then trying to say, out of COVID, we are still trying to rebuild, yet we are failing just to do programs. That the full soldiers are on the ground crying and suffering. But the bill here, it's paid, sorry.
Thank you. So thank you. What I took away from that is, we also need to think widely about kind of the model of employment in the public service, for example. Number 9 is there.
Number 9. You said I'm number 9.
No, I didn't say lady in yellow at all.
Number 7.
No. There was...
It was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
No, 10 was there.
7, 8, 9.
Okay, gentleman who's got the mic now, and then the person who has the mic next, that's standing up, and then that person in the very corner.
No, ma'am, I refuse to be suppressed.
Right, okay.
I've been up the entire time. You're not recognizing me.
Can I just say, no. Can I just say, I saw you. I'm not blind, but there were also other hands that were up, so I just had to select 10. I understand that. Colleagues, can I just make an announcement, and that would possibly take away some of the frustration that we hear, and this word called suppression. It's being the chair means that not everyone can speak at the same time. So it's, there's also a kind of order that we need to follow. But also, we hear you that we need more time for discussion. We hear you. And we are actually doing something about that. So in between, I got a note to say that it's been decided that there'll be an engagement session after lunch. And it will be facilitated by the Acting Deputy Director General of the Court Services Branch of the DOJ and Constitutional Development, Mr. Malema. So there will be more time for engagement afterwards. I think this particular session needs, according to the program, and I'm accountable to the program, and the program, the people who put this together, to draw this to a close, and then also to allow the Deputy Minister to offer closing remarks. So I'm going to finish off the session that was called Way Forward with your understanding and with respect to knowing that there's many more people that want to talk, but we can't simply, just talk forever. So I'm going to take the person who's standing right now, then there's a gentleman with the gray cap, and then there's a gentleman right at the back corner, and then we'll close the session.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. My name is Mr. Sungani Boris, and I'm the migrant coordinator for Access Chapter 2. I'm here represented with my manager. I'm talking with regard to the migrants, the xenophobic problem in relation to the migrant program in South Africa. I think the problem of resolving the xenophobic problem is outside of South Africa. Tomorrow we'll be celebrating the Africa's Day, which is the day that on the 25th of May 1993, the African Union was created with a mandate to maintain peace and security in the continent. I think South Africa is having the moral obligation and the diplomatic influence to see to it that some of these countries in Africa, like the Cameroon, like the South Sudan, like the Zimbabwe, because we have systems in Africa that are very repressive. And when systems are repressive, their citizens are forced to leave the countries, to run away from the countries. And we are facing a situation where there's a high level of employment, and of course, many migrants in South Africa. So then how do we solve this problem? Are we going to be talking about the problem here in South Africa without looking at these countries in Africa, the repressive rules, and the African Union is there because we see the African Union not doing anything to solve some of this problem. So if we really want to solve the refugee crisis, the migrant problem, I think we should start from the African Union. It was created to maintain peace and security in the continent. What is it doing to maintain the peace and the security in the continent? Why are there many conflicts that is making people to run away from the countries and go to other countries? And of course, South Africa also has a diplomatic influence. South Africa got friends, Zimbabwe is around here, but we've got more than 400 migrants in our database. So what is South Africa doing, with the moral obligation and the diplomatic influence to see to that these countries, they respect their own constitutions that can then enable their people to stay peacefully in their own countries.
So
Thank you so much.
how should we be held accountable?
We should use our moral obligation and our diplomatic influence to see to it that these countries, or the rest of the countries, can respect their own rules. Because any country that doesn't have the rule of law, that doesn't respect the rule of law, or democratic institutions or accountability, will give rise to a refugee crisis that we are facing today in South Africa.
Thank you.
Salman Anwanto, I'd like to take this moment. My name is Muzi from Western Kagiso, Mogale City. I'm representing Choco 5. What I would like to say and what I'd like to put an input and the way forward in this program. I see this program is for racism. I think it should start within here. We should have those Pakistan and those Nigerians, those people that we are having a problem with in this session, that they must know that our crisis is what. We can't say we racism while we allowed these people in our space with warmth. We gave them shelter, we gave them place to sleep. But at the end, they're selling us fake goods and fake what. That's the frustrations that's coming from. They must know we want the government to put the law in order, put these people into place. And they must know, as we South African, what are we crying about? What is it that we don't want? We're going to churches, we're turning to eating grass, drinking petrols. And you're sitting there, you're watching, you're coming, presenting us to us, hey, xenophobic, xenophobic, xenophobic. Go to them, tell them that you are killing our people. We can't allow this in our nation. You must come right. This is the law in order that we're putting as a government. As Choco 5, we implemented it in Mogale City, unlike the Tutula formation that we're breaking a lot. We want to cluster them and tell them that this is how we should run in this government. I submit.
Thank you. So what I took from the last two interventions was, reminding us that our challenges here are in context and the responsibility of our diplomatic influence, and then advocacy in actual communities where these xenophobic tensions are happening. Just, this kind of thing is important. And the last point.
Can you hear me?
Please, can I ask you to stand?
Yeah. Oh. I got a problem with my hand, so it's better for me to, okay. What I want to know is why are we signing a pledge for something that is expected of us? And that is the problem because we always have these signing ceremonies. So that is number one. Number two, the issue with indicators. I think it must be guided by how we change people's lives, rather than just putting things. And thirdly, in our country, I always have a problem with monitoring and evaluation. Because if you go around, everybody is doing monitoring and evaluation and oversight role. You know, it's like the Queen's language. So I think what happened is our focus should be implementation. So whatever we do, that is what has to happen. Because if I look and I listen to everything, even some of the research has been done. Over the years, I'm 57 years old now. Over the years, I've heard the same thing. Even without the research, I could have written it. I wouldn't lie to you. You can ask anybody. Without the research, I could have written it. So my main point is we should be guided by how we change people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you for those. That's so there are kind of 14 things that I came up with. I'm not going to read them, but I'll type them up and put them up somewhere now. The DM has noted your frustrations and the kind of desire you have to really engage, and engage not just anyone, but engage him. And I think the next session, the after lunch session, he's agreed to also be here, and he's agreed that he's also agreed that that his intervention now in his closing remarks would also respond to some of the things that have been ventilated today. So we do not want to leave the session to suggest that you have been unheard, because your voice was here, it has been heard, right? The question, of course, is how we sustain a long-term engagement so that we can do this together. It's not just we come to a meeting, put some, kind of make a fire, go to the next meeting, but how do we sustain relationships between society and the state in which society kind of develops a practice of holding the state accountable. And there can be these kind of relationships of continuity, of synergy, and it's not just about doing consultative meetings. I think we have to do away with that kind of notion. I think there's been so much to think about and to discuss further, and it's really, I think, going to be a difficult, but I think a necessary task to let the DM be put on the spot, and to hold our public servants to account. So he has the unenviable task of providing some closing comments, not just of the session, but of the 2 days, the kind of meanings and the kinds of inputs that have been given. And so let me introduce Mr. John Jeffrey, who is the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, who's been a Member of Parliament since 1999. Please warmly welcome him.
Thanks very much, and well, it's now afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be with you yesterday, but unfortunately I only arrived back in the country around lunchtime from being at a meeting in Britain last week, or at the end of last week. But it's been very interesting hearing the inputs. I think clearly you want to speak more, and that's why, well, we've got to draw this to a close. There are some people who will have to go, but the idea is we'll have more opportunity for engagement for you to speak after lunch. I'll be there till about, I've got a flight to catch at I think 6:15, so probably about 4:45, 5 o'clock, 4:45, if it needs to go on that long. But yeah, maybe just to touch a few of the points that were raised in the inputs just now. Just to say that the National Action Plan was very comprehensively consulted on. It took a number of years to draft it, and there were consultations all over the country, all over South Africa. It's a plan only for 5 years, so after that 5 years, which is 2024, it has to be reviewed again. So the idea already we should be looking at how can we improve. It followed the format of what was set out by the United Nations at the World Conference, and part of that format was that it was to the lady from the ANC and from Dudula. Part of the format was it was against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related, sorry, you're the cameraman's in front of me, and related intolerances. So that was the format that we were given to say this is what we must have a national action plan on. It's not correct to say that, okay, racism is very bad, but xenophobia isn't so bad because it's dislike. The issue, if you look at the legislation, both Papuda and the Hate Crimes, Hate Speech Bill, is if this, you can dislike people, but if that dislike causes you to do or say bad things or prejudice them, whether it's because of their race, whether it's because of their nationality, whether it's because of their gender, sexual orientation, whatever, that's when it becomes a problem. So you can take action against xenophobia, not just for somebody disliking Russians, let's say, but because something happened to you, you're a Russian, and you were mistreated because you were Russian. That's the same as you were mistreated because you're gay or lesbian or you're Muslim or whatever. So I just wanted to emphasize those points. But I think that what we've seen here is that as much as we may, what's emerged from this event over the past few days is that we cannot deny that racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances are very dominant in South African society. As much as we may want to tell ourselves that we're a democracy, that we have a constitution which guarantees freedom, human dignity, and equality, and that we've come a long way as a nation, we simply cannot say that we've truly achieved a sense of unity, reconciliation, and social cohesion. Now, it's ironic, and reference was made, I think, to Africa Day itself being tomorrow, that in what we're supposed to be celebrating as Africa Month, we know that there's strong anti-foreigner sentiments exist in South Africa. These sentiments are almost always aimed at people from other countries, other African countries. So not the Russians, but the Nigerians, etc., Somalis, whoever else. We know these conflicts often come from competition over scarce resources, jobs, or access to economic opportunities. So, for example, there's quite a large contingent here from the West Rand. There was the person who spoke from West Village, who spoke about perceptions that particular national groups are involved in crimes, or groups of people. Now, let me just say, and I'm going the Basotho issue is an interesting one. Lesotho exists as a country because the British and the Boers took most of the arable land that the Basotho people were living on and took it into the Free State and other places. Then, during the apartheid period, I mean, Basotho land, as it was called, was a protectorate. During the apartheid period, the British didn't want to give Basotho land or Swaziland or what was Bechuana land, now Botswana, to the Union of South Africa because of the racial policies of the Union of South Africa government, the apartheid government. So that's why they remained and became independent states. But really, if it weren't for apartheid, if it weren't for this history, they wouldn't be there, they would be part of us. Do you know, I tried to do some research online. I think there's almost more than double the number of Sesotho speakers who live in South Africa and are South African then live double the number of Lesotho speakers living in South Africa than are in Lesotho. Well, look, it was a 2001 census, but it was something like 1.7 million people in Lesotho, 3 point something in South Africa. I might not have the up-to-date figures, but basically there's more Sesotho speakers who are South African than are Lesotho citizens. But, okay. But the issues, I think, what the inputs on from the West Village person and the other people from the West Rand, I was speaking to Karabo over the tea time, who was sort of also linking it to Zama Zama miners in the area. But when it comes to xenophobia, I don't think that South Africans are xenophobic. I think there's points of conflict and disagreement, and that's usually competition over something. That we do need to move, when it comes to xenophobia, we do need to move from community to community and hear what the specific issues are that are sparking conflict between South Africans and foreign nationals, and then we need to see what we can do about those tension points and how we fix them. So already in the engagement with Karabo, there were some issues relating to the mines. He's saying it's the municipality. Karabo, I would want to check with Department of Mineral and Energy, because I would have thought they should also have done more. But I think it would be useful, DG and Danaline, that we look at a specific engagement in Mogale City with community organizations on this. Now, a lot has been said about the recent racist incident at Stellenbosch University. Some of you may remember the blackface in inverted commas incident in 2014, so that's nearly 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, at the University of Pretoria, where 2 female students were pictured on social media dressed in domestic worker outfits with black paint on their arms and faces. At that time, in 2014, the Wits Center for Diversity Studies stated that, and I quote, "South Africa has not entered a post-racial colorblind era." And Professor Melissa Steyn, who spoke to you yesterday, wrote at the time, and I quote, "These incidents make it clear that transformation is not a linear process, not a straight line, and that we should not assume that the passage of time since 1994 transition necessarily translates into a steady concomitant erosion of racism and racially abusive behavior." So what she's saying is we're not going to each year get better. Some years we will take a bigger jump, some years we might go backwards. But however, here we are, and it's now 8 years later, and we're back yet again at university, still facing incidents of racism. I think it's something and sorry, I am a politician, so I do have to make some political points, that one can't help, with the Stellenbosch incident, remarking that when our country's largest opposition party doesn't even issue a statement condemning the incident, that's a bit telling of society. So the issue facing all of us is, what do we do from here? There's many suggestions that have been made. I've made a few, maybe another one. For me as a white person, that part of the introspection that every white person must do is to acknowledge white privilege and how much white people have benefited from it. White people need to acknowledge or understand that all white people benefited from apartheid, regardless of whether they supported apartheid or not. My parents immigrated to South Africa from Britain. Although my father was from the working class, he was able to become part of the middle class in South Africa simply because he was white. His formal education was limited. I received a good education going to a white government school, was able to attend a white university on the basis of scholarships and student loans. Where white students had to get student loans from the banks, their parents often had some sort of property to be able to sign surety for the loan or as a guarantee in order to get the student loan. Whatever sacrifices I made in the struggle against apartheid, or regardless of the time spent in detention during the struggle, it can never extinguish the fact that I had a huge head start due to apartheid, and I continue to benefit from my skin color. Being classified as white brought with it an automatic advantage. My son, born in 1991, owes his position in society to the benefits his parents were able to give him because of the privileges they had enjoyed. Some white people have done the necessary introspection and will openly acknowledge this, but many, on the other hand, are in denial. It is indeed distressing that so many years have passed since 1994 and since the World Conference Against Racism, and despite the passing of time, people still harbor racist, discriminatory, or prejudicial views. But we do need to acknowledge that racism in South Africa is at a structural level, and that, as former President Thabo Mbeki said in Parliament in 1998, so that is like 25 years ago, South Africa is a country of two nations. One is white and relatively prosperous, and the second is black and poor. And we cannot expect not to have racism when poverty has the face of a black woman and wealth has the face of a white man. So how do we move forward as a nation? Yesterday in the President's newsletter, he said, and I quote, "We need frank and honest dialogue between the people of different races on the experience of black people in South Africa 28 years into democracy. These discussions should form part of the life orientation curriculum in our schools. The arts and culture community should produce content and programming that fully reflects the diversity of the country and the lived experiences of people of all races. Greater emphasis should be placed on inculcating tolerance and respect for diversity in the classroom from a young age. Parents should be part of this effort because the reality is that racist, chauvinistic, and sexist attitudes amongst the younger generation are often a reflection of what they observe and learn from their parents and older relatives at home." And that's the end of the quote. But we also need to look at what are we teaching our children. Earlier this year, Dr. Natasha Robinson from Oxford and Nicholas Kerwell, the head of history at Claremont High School in Cape Town, wrote an article in the Mail and Guardian which focused on the questions of what students are actually learning from the way we teach them about race. In their analysis, they found that in South Africa, history is the subject where most conversations about race occur. In the grade 9 history syllabus, teachers teach the definition of racism as an introduction to apartheid, so that's all good. However, the approach to teaching racism draws far more from natural sciences than it does from humanities. In particular, teachers are asked to cover 2 points: human evolution and our common ancestry, and the second is the myth of race. And as the authors Robinson and Kerwell say, this approach to focusing on race through a scientific evolutionary lens in a history textbook and concluding that it is a myth without explaining how such a myth was constructed presents several challenges in the classroom. One of the challenges commonly observed in predominantly white schools is that seeing they're being taught the idea that race doesn't exist. All mention of race must at best be irrational and at worst racism. The idea that race was a myth therefore served colorblind agendas that proved comfortable for white students and which then largely absolves them for looking for the deeper structural causes of racial inequality in South Africa. So in other words, because the white students, I mean all students, but other race groups can see racism, but for the white students, they're not taught about racism as something that is there. They're taught it's a myth. So then they get surprised when people start accusing them of being racist because they've never actually had the opportunity to engage with the issues. So I'm not saying that as an excuse. I'm just saying that as an issue that we've got to look at, because I think the question with racism, from white racism, is why are so many young people racists? You know, did they just get it from their parents? What did the schools do about it? So that's the point I'm really making. We have the legislative framework in our country to address racism and racial discrimination. The challenge lies in changing societal attitudes. There rests a huge responsibility of all of us. Government, I was going to say, I can't remember the distinction. It was government registered NGOs or whatever. I would have said NGOs and community-based organizations, but all of us. to take the National Action Plan forward. We deposited the final cabinet-approved National Action Plan and 5-year plan at the UN in 2019. As you've heard, in March, the main structure chaired by the Minister was established. However, in order to ensure its successful implementation and impact, the National Action Plan implementation requires a collaborative effort from different stakeholders, such as broader civil society, Chapter 9 institutions, UN agencies, and various other relevant sectors working in partnership with government. But I think it is very much in communities, because that is where racism is experienced, where there's racial intolerance, where there's xenophobia, and other related intolerances, communities. What we take away from this event is crucial. There's a lot of work to be done by each and every one of us. Every stakeholder has a role to play in identifying, preventing, and combating racism and xenophobia, whether it's in the public sector or the private sector, whether it's institutions or individuals. So let us use this discussion and whatever come out from here. I don't know if there'll be resolutions, but at least the record of this conference to assist with program implementation and to tirelessly strive to work together and eradicate racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DM. I think it was most valuable to hear you engage with the actual comments from the floor. So that was really well appreciated. Just a reminder that after this vote of thanks, we are going to be doing a ceremonial thing about the signing of the pledge, which I think is symbolic. And yes, it might not, necessarily be something that we all think is important or necessary or valuable, but I think the kind of symbolism of it, where individuals and organizations have put their name to something, and I hear you about saying, why should we be signing something that we should already, just do out of common decency. And we hear you, but I think it's an important symbolic thing to remind ourselves that as the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the steering committee that it brings together, that it's not on its own in this kind of commitment. And so I think that's an important thing to do. So I'm going to please invite someone to deliver a vote of thanks. But before I do that, let me remind you that a few housekeeping things. So the first is that there's lunch, and then we're going to come back for a facilitated session chaired by Mr. Malema, who is the Acting Deputy Director General of the Court Services Branch. So I think, someone who will be really able to engage with the kinds of grassroots discussion, but also really kind of technical information. So I think, just continue to engage and to bring that. So that's going to happen here after lunch. The lunch venue is slightly different than yesterday. It's the Oriena restaurant, which is next to the parking area. Now it has a capacity issue there. I think also because of COVID. There's a seating capacity of only 150 persons at a time, and so due to trying to mitigate that, we'll try to eat in 2 sittings. So we'll start with all the external delegates, so all the people who are visiting us today, and then the second group are all the DOJ officials and the organizing team. So that's just for your information and some housekeeping. Let me invite Advocate D. Mashabane, who's the Director General at the DOJ.
Good afternoon again. We are mindful that some amongst us may not be able to come back after lunch due to the prior arrangement. So we deemed it fit that we continue with the vote of thanks. By the way, my brother, Directors General are here only for 5-year contract. So we are not permanent. We are the same as the Deputy Minister and the Minister, only have 5 years. So your idea sounds attractive that the Deputies, Directors General and the Chief Directors, we must make them 5 years as well, so that when we go, they go with us. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to, on behalf of the department, take this opportunity and all the sister departments that work with us and that have been here with us, take this opportunity to thank first and foremost all of you who are here and who were here since yesterday. And thank you for your dynamic, constructive, and vibrant engagement. We as public servants don't complain. We do understand that we are your servants, and you have all the right to hold us accountable, to criticize us. One thing we didn't tell you is that as a Department of Justice, through the Minister and the Deputy Minister, have declared the year 2022 the year of the community. So we have made a resolve that with all of us at the forefront, me included, that's why you can see I'm not wearing a suit and a tie, that we will be on the ground in the communities. We will not be sitting in our nice air-conditioned offices. We will come to West Village. We will come to Mogale City. We will go to Davidton. Mama will come to KZN. And our colleagues from all over the country in the different provinces are here. And the instruction is very clear that we have to engage with you. So what has come out of here as well resonates very well with our plans to engage with you as communities around the Constitution, around the National Action Plan against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, as well as gender-based violence and femicide, as well as general justice services. You know, I always complain, DM, that we have a name that is an ideal, justice, and that puts a heavy burden on our shoulders. Sometimes what you complain about is the criminal justice, but we're part of it. Unfortunately, we don't have arresting powers. It's the police who must arrest. So some of the issues that get raised, they come directly to us that Department of Justice or criminal justice system is not working. And anyway, anyone in the country who thinks that there's no justice, it comes to us. Whether it's economic justice, it's social justice, whatever it is that anyone thinks that there's no justice, then it becomes our responsibility, which is huge. But I'm grateful that the reason why you are still sitting here is because you are committed to the cause. And I think that's one thing that we're taking to heart and we're taking very seriously, that you are not criticizing us because you want to see us fail, but you are criticizing us because you are committed to the success of this country and you want to work with us. And we welcome just that very point. And I think one person made this point that the mistake we make is that as public servant, we think that we should be doing this job when in fact we should enable you to do the job. And I think that point we do take, that from our part, a lot of our colleagues are here, they have had that point, that going forward, we just have to sharpen how we interact with you. I know you serve different interests, but if it means we'll have to have engagements with you separately, because you are on the ground, and you are not on the ground because of us. So your motive forces are our motive forces, and it only helps us that we engage with you. Imagine if we were to provide a support to all of you here. So in one day, you will have reached the whole country because you will be coming from all over the country and from the ground. So we do take that point, and I'm making this point that we are eternally grateful to you, and we thank you for being committed to the cause for justice, constitutionalism, rule of law, and respect for fundamental rights in this country. It is in our interest, all of us, to fight and defend our constitutional democracy. I always make a point about the July 2021 unrest, that part of it, the situation did not get out of control to a greater degree because of men and women of goodwill like yourselves,
who said that we will not allow our country to collapse. So for that, we are very grateful. Government on its own, like you were saying, you are the government. Government, us working there for the state and so on and so forth, cannot do anything by ourselves, but we depend on you by and large. So our commitment really, the reality is that the debate has slightly gone down in terms of matters of racism and racial discrimination. But instead of us lamenting, we have just to accept that at this point we just say, here in Kempton Park at Caesar's Palace, let it be a turning point. We want to take the debate and the discourse forward, and we want to confront this demon and scourge of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, and make sure that our country really becomes a non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and a prosperous country that our forebears wished it to be. So I take this opportunity really to thank all of you and all the partners that partnered with us for this program since yesterday, including the speakers who came here. And I think for those of us who sat since yesterday, will have been very much enriched by the quality and the dynamism of speakers who were here, who participated in the panels and those who joined us online, giving that historic reflection of the World Conference that took place here in our shores in 2001 in September, and the reflection of the international system and what is expected of us. The responsibility still lies here on our shoulders as we are moving towards the conclusion of the international decade for the Year of the People of African Descent. I think we have as a country the responsibility to make sure that we pull up our socks and make sure that we don't disappoint the people, the international community that is banking so much on our success. If we were to fail in the struggle of combating the scourge of racism, there won't be a hope anywhere in the world. I think the world still believes that we're the only nation that is forthright, both in terms of our framework in the Constitution, in the laws and the policies, to still continue and forge ahead and fight for a world that is free of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. So with those few words, colleagues, I want to thank you very much. The pledge, which I still think is very important that we do, it be that we sign, that I'm told others have already signed, that wherever we are, no matter how small, no matter how dejected, sense of despair we may have, that we still continue to commit ourselves and say we commit ourselves to this constitution, we commit ourselves to this constitutional democracy, we commit ourselves to the struggle, the fight against racism and racial discrimination. So that's what it is all about. I know it's not about that piece of paper. You have already expressed your deepest commitment by sitting here for the past 2 days. So that's a piece of paper and symbolic, but the deepest commitment comes from right, within us as individuals. So without mentioning specific individuals, I want to take this opportunity and thank you very much and say to you, in the afternoon session, and I think colleagues from the department will stand up so that you can see them and get the details. Look out for us. We'll be coming to your community. We will come to West Village with a justice crime prevention cluster so that we can deal with the issues that you are raising, all of us. We don't have the solutions, but with engagement with you, we surely should find a way forward. I know the problems are not only in Mogale City. I know Mogale City, you are vocal and here in full force, but it's all over the country, and we'll try our best to reach out to you. Thank you very much, Program Director.
So we're going to do some maneuvering of the furniture here. What time are we reconvening? What time is it now? What time is lunch? No, not after signing. So lunch was supposed to have been at 15:15, so we're running half an hour late. And so can I suggest that we're back here by 3:30. 3:30. Let's start making our way. Remember, there's two sessions of lunch, so let's start making our way as soon as you're done with lunch. So 3:15, we'll begin at 3:30, and it will be chaired by Mr. Malema. So before you disperse, please consider this, this idea of recommitting the symbolic thing. I think, just putting your signature down on this pledge. Take some time to take a photograph with the signage and the officials that are here. We'd love to have you over, and then we'll invite you to lunch.
All right, good afternoon, and welcome back. We've committed that we will not leave until we've heard you, all right? Because we didn't convene this conference to tick a box. These are matters of serious national interest that we would like to really attend. I think the Deputy Minister and the DG really summarized the issues very well. And we're just in discussion with the program manager for constitutional development that we're going to have to go back to the communities, all right, to do thorough consultations. You know, so I trust Danaleno that we'll work with the regions to identify different groupings, NGOs, and other stakeholders per district, as in the old municipal district, the old towns, townships, so that we can go and hear the issues properly. And obviously, this will have to be inclusive of government as a whole, not just the Department of Justice, because the issues that you are raising, they're not necessarily about the Department of Justice, although there could be social justice issues like housing, health, and water, and sanitation, and those kind of things. So those are the things that are troubling you. So I think let's agree on how to move forward without necessarily just limiting this thing to the questions that you have. So we'll deal with the questions and comments, but I think it's more the way forward beyond this, which is important, because, you know, the majority of people had to leave because of transport and, you know, and many other commitments that they have made. So we shouldn't deny those people an opportunity to have their voices because they had to go. So we've already identified that our first stop is going to have to be Mogale City, in and around. All right. So that's going to, because there are burning issues there. And I think when we go there, then before the Imbizo, let's just have some prep planning so that we work together. You know, it's in the interest of everybody to solve the problem. We are not the enemy of the people who are in this thing together. So we do a proper plan to understand the issues and bring the right people to be there with us. So if there, I know I've been there were issues with DSD around the probation officers and all. So we bring everybody so that we're then able to respond and give you the answers. But there were also issues raised around capacitating the NGOs. I think it's something important that we must look at, that the NGOs are playing a very crucial role in society, and often really doing the work that government is supposed to be doing. So I think we must have a conversation with DSD. I think they were the ones that were actually doing the funding, if I'm correct. All right? So that we go back and assist the people that are running the NGOs, whether they are properly established as NPOs, and, you know, the rules of engagement and how to apply for funding so that they can then are then able to operate. Okay, so that's what I'm suggesting, that let's start off with, you know, the questions and comments that are outstanding, and then, but also let the way forward, because that's what is important. And we've already picked up the issues, and this is just but in Gauteng, like what we're discussing, but this thing is across the country, right? The issues about xenophobia, right? We deal with this thing really at the level at which people are experiencing it, you know, at a ground level. That, you know, used to be a petrol attendant, you know, now suddenly, you know, the employers have taken other people that are willing to settle for less pay. So the locals have been displaced. And those are things that create, so really there's economics, I think, you know, at the bottom of this thing. It's around economics, it's around survival, you know. So yeah, so then the floor is open. We have our colleagues here from the department, and we have, you know, the CEO for the South African Human Rights Commission. So we are ready to deal with the questions, so we can start. Anybody? All right, let me start this side so that I go this way. Madam, you're number 1, number 2, this side. Number 3, ma'am. Number 4, the gentleman here. And then you'll be number 5. Okay, so let's take the first round and then we'll take the other colleagues that are coming in. Okay? You speak in any language that you're comfortable with. So Sia will assist us with the mics and all that. Yeah, colleagues, we're taking questions, comment, you can come closer and then we'll take another round of questions and comments. And would really appreciate suggestions, you know, so that we also use this platform as a platform for consulting and hearing your views.
Dumelang.
Yeah.
Dumelang, I don't know if maybe if I can speak my language, then
Yeah.
I'll be able to explain myself
No,
correctly.
speak any language you're happy with.
As I said before, I'm Angelina Nyandeni from Basadi ba Mogale. Basadi ba Mogale is an NPO. What we're doing is we help people regarding their cases, mostly gender-based violence. What we do follow-ups on their cases. So I'm standing here, Minister, because I'm not happy with the justice system that is happening in Kagiso, West Rand. Most cases that have been opened there, the police are not doing their job. And then at the end of the day, the cases of the victims are being thrown out from the courts because the police don't take evidence and then they don't follow up to the victims. I've been reading on the laws and the constitution of South Africa. I'm not happy because it talks only about the rights of perpetrators. It doesn't talk about the rights of victims. There's nothing about victims. It just says the rights of human being. But what about the rights of victims? Because in most cases, what we're doing is that we see that the victims, they don't have rights. Police don't come, the IOs don't come back to them, brief them about their cases. That's where we get in as Basadi ba Mogale. We interact with the IO, ask information of the case and tell the victims, in which it was supposed to be the work of the IO, but they are not doing it. So we are asking from the minister, please monitor Kagiso police station. They are not doing their, if you can go to social media of Baagi ba Mogale, you will see people are complaining about Kagiso police station because they are not doing their job. Many cases are out there. We've got a case of a woman who was killed by the ex-boyfriend. The case is still pending even now. And no one is coming to the fore to help the family. So we are asking from the justice system, please, help the community. Hence I was saying to the statistics to say, whatever that they are saying there is not true because people are so angry with the government. They don't want to give out information because they feel that they are being failed. So we are begging from the West Rand. We know West Rand, we serious, like other places. We've got the crime studies one and let's abo nontle lebo pule, pule, but they are not being recognized. We are sitting on a case of a 14-year-old who was raped by 8 gangsters. But no one is saying anything. It's only Basadi that are standing up and saying, this child deserves to have a closure on this. But the police are not doing anything. We have a case of a child who was 14 years old, who was raped and killed and dumped on the side. Even today, the suspect is going like nothing has happened. And the captain was even lying in front of Mazibuko saying that there are people that are not attending to their cases while the parents and the families were there to say you are lying. Please help the Western people. The Zama, you know about the story. Hence I'm saying Kagiso is not being recognized. There was this thing about the Zamas. Babu said Mokoti, even the mayor today, unsise a petition so that the government can help him. Because no one is coming, Komogale City, no one. When's a petition as the mayor to say, please help us deal with the Zamas, because no one doesn't want to come to West Rand. What is it that the West Rand doesn't have that other community surroundings has? When there is a cry, you come running. Please come running to us also.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We've noted the issues, so it's still around the West Rand. I can't remember who was number 2. I think the lady next there.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Mashudu from Department of Justice under Krugersdorp Magistrate Court. I'm from West Rand. These people that you see here or hear them addressing their issues, I work with them every day. I've got a concern. Thank you very much, because now I'll be able to address issues with my bosses. And I think it's the right time to address those issues. I've been dealing with the cases of gender-based violence and harassment for a very long time. Previously, when we had the first session, somebody asked a question and said, why cases have been struck from court? This is so simple. It is not because of the laws. The reason why cases have been struck off the court is because our community is not enlightened. They do not have a knowledge as to how are they supposed to make an application when they submit it before the magistrate. We understand that our courts, their duties is to apply the law. So as a lay person, what is that the department is expecting from somebody who do not know, who do not have an understanding of things that happens in court when he is aggrieved? So the request that I want to make before the deputy minister and everybody now, please give yourself time to go back to the community and do a lot of outreaches so that you can assist the community to know what are the expectations that are needed when they make an application for all the cases, can be harassment or whatever. Because what we see every day, even if I can see that this person was supposed to write an application like this, I cannot correct him or her, because at the end of the day, I have to deal with that case, which means it's conflict of interest. So the most important for this department to do is to go out there and assist the community with knowledge, to empower them with knowledge as to when they come to court, what are they expected to do? Number 2, hey, this is serious and sensitive. You said we need to come with the suggestion. I've suggested, number 1, that as the department, we need to go out to the community to do outreaches. Number 2, the suggestion that I have, I don't know whether am I allowed to address the issues on gender-based violence. Am I allowed?
Yes.
Okay. We had the issue of mediation that was we used to do previously. And then because of some other reasons, it was cancelled. And it gives me a concern because mediation is very important when cases comes to court. When you give an order, a protection order to a certain person to say, now we are granting you an order, you are expected to know how are you supposed to live after the protection order was granted. So many people, they think that protection order is a divorce or whatever. But the suggestion that I'm having, the suggestion that I want to make today is to, please, if it's possible, bring back mediation, because mediation helps people to know how are they even if the protection order is granted, what is the expectation that are expected from them after the protection order is granted. So I think it's very important as the Department of Justice to go back and try to discuss about these issues, because today what is happening, you grant a protection order, a clerk of the court will just issue it. They are not going to have time to explain how it's supposed to be to be followed or whatever, to be applied. At the end of the day, people end up doing things that are not supposed to do, contravening the same protection order or killing each other. Please empower our community with knowledge. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mashudu, thank you. She's one of us, so some suggestions there. Yeah, so we will look at mediation broadly, you know, even in maintenance. I think it's part of what we've put into the plan that DM was speaking with Advocate Siabi Matupe. There's some service providers that are doing training on mediation. That for maintenance, if we could start off with more mediation before we get into formal litigation, we could clear up a lot of matters. But also, we want to reconcile community families. You know, we don't want people to be fighting after the man must pay maintenance. He's got children, they're married, or whatever the relationship. So I agree with you. Mediation is important. All right. Number 3, was it yourself, ma'am? Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Kiba Powe from...
Sorry, we missed that?
My name is Kiba.
Kiba, okay.
Yes, Powe,
Right.
Krugersdorp Magistrate. Firstly, let us thank the Deputy Minister for touching us with his story this morning. We like people who are truthful. Secondly, Ramalema, we think as your officials or the officials from your department, there's what I think we call debriefing, that your own staff need to have. Themselves are going through oppression, racial attack, segregation, you name it. Now, you find an official who will work for your office for over 18 years without an office, without a desk, and stuff like that. One acting person will come and give that particular a space, and some person from another nation will come and say, "Ek nie wat maak die kei, watter wat langs my kantoor." Now you act, how do you feel? It's bad. So we want actually open a can of worms. We think much as we are supposed to be helping people out there, your officials need to be assisted as well. So that you should know for inside there is an elephant in the kitchen. And then secondly, we would appreciate it if that can be addressed, and we will be willing to participate in assisting the community as well. Because inside Mogale City, one thing that we discover is that, I don't know whether they are working with officials or what community. One case, there is a case where a woman is being used. Utla jola le ntate ka jeku. Kaosane, this man, utla foster ntate, raza maro signer. They go and sign using an official department. After signing 2 months down the line, she's already within the department, filing for a divorce. And utagata this rich man. And all of a sudden, the men, they were married in community of property. The court have authorized that case. This woman come really. Now, Kore, you see, I don't know whether it's inside or what. So you can see, Kore, it's people defrauding other people using one woman in a year, between last year November and this year February, when it came to our attention. This woman already did that to 4 men. It was difficult to get assistance, either prosecutor from Kagiso or Mapodisa from Kagiso, to say, hey, look out, there are lawyers working with this woman. There are those who will attach properties, those who will attach the pensions, those who will attach the house. Ntatuabatu will find himself in the street. But one telephone call stopped the last man. And Ona West, Mamunkela Nklia RDP, and the cars and stuff like that. So I say, your show up in Mogale City will alleviate a lot of problems. Okay. But prior to you coming and say we are invading Mogale City, invade your own offices. Your people need to be cleansed and be told, Hore, everyone is important and need to be, and have dignity and have to be treated as such. Thank you.
Okay. All right, number 3, if I may, I hope it's not an official because we will rather deal differently with the officials because they are with us. Ne? We've already had 2. I'd rather deal more with people outside because, they are here, we want to meet with them, ne? Without cutting them off. But we note that we must clean our own house. All right. Yeah, we can take number 3. Who was number 3? So I gave the people numbers. There was, you were number 3, madam, yes. You're number 5. Number 3, number 4 is then the gentleman, yes. And then number 5, then we'll take another round.
Okay.
That's fine. Good day. On the basis of the way forward in this sitting, like you've alluded, Chairman, that we are solving a problem that is a national crisis, and the judiciary is facing more of the criminal cases that are done mostly with weapons. The high level of cases that are done with mostly illegal firearms that are definitely being kept behind these mine dumps that every township is crying about. And because of this is a national problem, the national solution to it is to get rid or rehabilitate these mine dumps. And how do you trace where a township is? You just need to trace a mine dump. Behind every mine dump, that's where you find townships. And that's where you find serious crimes taking places. Your colleague has requested what was part of my request, a serious and intense capacity building on leaders, community leaders based on the basis or the basics of the judiciary system. Why is that important? It is because of, as a community leader, you are having a case where, be it GBV, be it somebody mad at somebody, and then the case goes to court. Now, practically what happens is, a suspect will be arrested, and then they will be taken to the nearest police station. Now, what happens is the lawyers, when they first come and see the accused, what they get to do, even a case of murder, on its first appearance, it appears at the regional court. Even if it's a case that is a Schedule 5 case that needs to go directly to regional court, but what they will do, they will delay it and first begin it at the regional court, and then that person will be granted bail. Now, if a community leader is not capacitated, when the community leader goes back to the community and say the person it's only released by bail, without having the knowledge to explain to the community what the basis of the court to give such a verdict, that's what results into this violence that we see in our communities. That's one on the judiciary system. Number 2, my request to the to the judiciary system as a whole. I understand that the NPA is not forming part of the panel, but because of your colleague, the message will reach them. In our courts, we're having a situation where it looks like the prosecutors are being judged by the number of prosecutions done within the court. So how the courts are being presented in these days is that the prosecutors are no longer presenting their case in the best interest of the victim. They are presenting their case in the best interest to make sure that the suspect is being prosecuted, and which is the job of the magistrate. What the prosecutor has to do is just to present the case of the person who relies on the state or the complainant to the best interest of that person, and then the magistrate will decide going forward. So let the NPA also have a look at how do they then represent the complainant better than making sure that their interest is into prosecution. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're picking up there. We had earlier, yesterday we had the DPP DM from Joburg. I saw Advocate Calvin from Northwest. I'm not sure. Do you still have people from the NPA? But we had them earlier on. They probably left. Yeah, so the issues around, and I think the issue of bail is an important issue. And now with the new 3 GBVF bills, the rules have changed. So we'll also do public education around that. It's important that the people understand that bail is really meant to secure you to come back to court. So bail can never be used as the first punishment because you are still considered or presumed to be innocent. All right? So unfortunately, people think the bail must be high so that you actually are unable to afford it. And therefore, it's like you're already sentenced, all right? But the legal system doesn't work that way. It's not meant to be a punishment. There are obviously offenses, like now with the change amendment, where really it must be exceptional circumstances in the interest of justice that a person must be granted bail. So they've tightened rules around those things on GBVF matters broadly. But in general, it's part of what we need to be doing. And probably, Danelin, what we need to be doing here is we should have a session with, other than the NGOs, we also have what they call community development workers, if I'm correct, right, around the different municipalities. So if we can capacitate those people, we have Justice College, we should take Justice College and train these people because they actually live in the communities, you understand, the NGOs. So we should have training programs around maintenance, as an example. How do you apply for maintenance? What is it that you must bring? Where can you go? What's the jurisdiction? You know, if you become 18, like when you're now 18, you now fall off, you must apply for yourself instead of your parents. So we must have those things and educate those community development workers. Because then they will be able to do the work, in the domestic violence itself, you understand? All of those things that when we then work together, the people that are working, that are staying in one town together, you are then able to share information. Earlier on, I think the Advocate Tipanyan was talking around bail. You know, some people believe that, if you got out on bail and you were then found guilty and convicted, you lose your bail money. You understand? So people don't come back and claim their bail money. Your bail money, once the matter is finalized, it's your money. You go back, produce a bail receipt, your ID, and you get your money back. But there's a lot of people who are not claiming back their bail money. So we believe that when we work together, empower NGOs and community leaders, then you can also empower your communities and things will become better. So we'll follow up on those suggestions and the issues around illegal mining because other than just the, messing up, but I can imagine the houses, the houses are cracking. The houses might fall, a whole lot of problems which are there that you've built the roads are falling, the houses are cracking because, there's a whole lot of things that can happen there which we really need to do. Just managing the Zama people so that although they want to earn a living, but they must not endanger the lives of other people. So it's those kind of things we'll invite the department that's responsible for mining to also come and talk to us on that. Ma'am, you're number 5, and then
Okay.
I'll take the next round. Yes, proceed.
All right. Can I not stand up, or would I be rude?
Whichever way you're comfortable with.
Okay. This is Lerato from Kagiso, Mogale City. Local Drug Committee, Civil Society Forum in Mogale City, co-founder of Bafabazi Foundation, Choco 5 Movement, executive member of YAD. So as you can see, we are active young people. Yeah. So unfortunately, I'm not here to be kind or to be sweet. There was an incident that occurred last year around December. I thought it was an incident of assault. But when you go to the police station and you get interviewed, you find out that actually it's a different case. So meaning that our people are not aware exactly of the laws. Even when you're going to open a case, it must be outlined. It must be outlined that what kind of a case are you going to open and what are the procedures for you to open it. So with my experience, being assaulted by a well-known person in politics, I was raped by him and only found out that it was rape because I thought it was assault. I didn't know that penetration with a finger is rape. It was only when I went to open the case after being interviewed by 4 warrant officers, different women and men. At that time, you are uncomfortable, but you are supposed to get the help that is provided to you and then proceed with your case. Now, the perpetrator, unfortunately, seeing that he's well known, he got out. I'm not sure whether he got out on bail or what, but that information was not presented to me. But the investigation officer came to me this year, about 3 weeks back and gave me this paper and told me that no prospect of successful prosecution. So if the police station and the court advised me to open a case, rape, then what does this prospect of successful prosecution mean? Because you are the law enforcers, you are the people that are saying this is rape. So then how is it supposed to be conducted? I need my day in court. That man needs to face the reality of what he did to me. He cannot go around knowing that he's a politician or because he's a well-known businessman and walk around free. Meanwhile, I'm walking around looking over my shoulder. Challenge number 2 is that political deployment into government. It's a problem. We are faced with politics everywhere we turn. Politics are taking up the space because now government officials feel that they have to be affiliated with political people for them to be in those chairs or in those positions. Politics are not working into our favor. Politics are failing us. So we don't want government officials to be in politics. If there's something that can be done, please, can the Constitution be amended on that regards? The updating of the justice system, it's in tatters. You know very well that the Department of Justice is overwhelmed. What is done? Why aren't we seeing mobile trucks that are supposed to be relieving the Department of Justice? That is a way forward. If we can have mobile trucks from the police station, then we can equally have the mobile trucks that will assist the people with regards opening cases or making follow-up of their cases, how far, what is going on with their cases. GBV, it's been declared as a pandemic in South Africa, but why aren't we having facilities that are going to be assisting our people on the community, where community is? You are faced with a problem that if you are being abused or attacked by someone that you are living with at home, you don't have shelter. The shelters that are surrounding us are in towns. So if you are abused at a location and then you're expected to go away after you're opening that case. This is why you find people withdrawing their cases, going back to the perpetrators and being abused. It's been over 25 years. If the Department of Justice is not awake by now, it means we are led by the wrong people. I received an SMS from Department of Justice telling me that I have a domestic case that I'm supposed to be attending. Mind you, I don't know. But I went to a western area, I'm from Kagiso, so you have to take 3 taxis to go there, 3 taxis to come back. I went there only to find out that it was a data capturing mistake. The court manager said to me, "We are sorry, ma'am, to be wasting your time, but it was a mistake and there's nothing you can do. Please go back home." I wasted my time going to 3 taxis, going to western area, taking another 3, coming back to Kagiso, and then to get an apology that it was a mistake, administration mistake. Who must be held accountable? The court manager didn't even bother to ask me whether do I have taxi fare or what. That is just to show you the attitude behind the leadership of our courts. They are not for our people. They are there for their salaries, and that's it. Okay, with regards to the traditional...
Okay, let's ask her to finalize.
Okay. With regards to the traditional affairs, we are well known that traditional healers are faced with crimes that are conducted.
Okay, let's give her a chance, please. Yeah, ma'am.
In the name of traditions. We know traditional healers are going around killing people for the sake of muti and telling people that they're going to be protected. But we are amazed that the same people that are arrested, the next week they are out. What kind of attitude are we sending to the people that traditional healers can get away with murder? They get arrested for a week or so and then they go out. So if Department of Education can intervene on this one, how are they going to intervene? By working with the Department of Justice, by making traditional initiation schools institutes that are going to be legalized, because now we will know that this traditional healer is from this department or is from that institution. These are the qualifications. This person must be held accountable for 1, 2, 3. We are eliminating the number of initiation schools around locations, because now a lot of GBVs is conducted around those initiatives, because now there's no one who's regulating them. There's no one who's saying that this is wrong, this is not right. People are getting violated in the name of initiations. There's rapes by gobelas. There's so many things that are happening there, but then they are not, the justice is not attending to it as much as with the run that is supposed to be attended to. So we are asking the Department of Justice with the Department of Education, how about we make the traditional institutions so that the traditional healers can be held accountable and monitored as well. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you, madam. Where are my colleagues that are helping me? Okay, so I want to continue. I've taken this rows. I want to start this side now and take another 5. I'll start on the first, this row. Anybody?
Good
No.
afternoon. Oh.
Nobody that side, and then this side. You're number 1. The lady there, you will be number 2, ma'am. This side, I don't see anybody. And then the lady in red there will be number 3. So let's start here. Gentlemen, that will be number 1, number 2, number 3. And then number 4. Yeah, proceed, sir. Yeah, proceed, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. I was so happy when I saw the minister sleeping there. It's worrisome, comrades.
Let me apologize on his behalf. He
We
came
don't-
from London.
We don't need that apology.
No.
We
But,
don't
I
need
mean,
that
he had a
apology.
long
Number 1,
flight.
let's clarify you. There's a world issue that we're addressing here that requires a full energy and intensified momentum of it. Therefore, if one is sleeping at the duty, it means there's no point for us being here. The truth of the matter. That's what we're saying. You spoke of how can we hold one accountable while he's sleeping? How do we hold each other accountable around that regard? When the first office that must respond to us, the lady was speaking, she underwent a rape case. But the minister did not find interest around that,
No,
but was able to sleep.
I disagree with you. The
Where am I
DM
going?
has agreed to stay, right? That's his first commitment. He's agreed to stay. And colleagues, if you have traveled from London with time zones that have changed, it's possible that you'll have jet lag. I don't think he's disrespecting. So we apologize but he's here as well. And anybody can have that problem, colleagues. So let's not make it like it's a national crisis. We apologize for that. All right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We'll discuss that later on menu accordingly. All right. Matter number 1. The lady previously here, she indicated for a matter to be granted appearance at court, the nature in which it's conducted is quite a challenge there. We're having a large number of cases from the universities, respective local areas, like auctions, cell phone cases. There are many cases existing in SAPS of theft in terms of cell phones. I can assure you, out of 100% of those cases, plus minus 1% was retrieved of those cell phones. And I can assure you, the phones that were retrieved are the phones of officials that are traced. Secondary to that, if you go to the case of GBV, the lady there was quite emphatic and emotionally concerning also. If the political landscape, it's only utilized to protect each other, automatically as a country are not moving forward. If the country must move forward, it means the government must not be dependent on power of an individual, but the power of the office. At this current time, you can be the president of the state, but politically, if you are not inclined, if you are not linked to any individual of power, automatically there's no point. Your Department of Justice, it is funded by the Europeans. Fact of the matter. It becomes a challenge also that if the department is funded by the Europeans, automatically it's captured on its own. What we are doing here, we are also affording them that opportunity. Now, let's go to universities, where we find opportunities. If we speak of justice,
Sorry, can you clarify the funding by Europeans? What do you mean?
let's assist you. Executive summary. Funded by the European Union through sector budget support. It is there. I believe.
So what does that say? What does it mean? What's your understanding of? So you're saying the whole department is funded by that portion? That you're
Not
reading?
necessarily the whole department. Automatically, the office of your own, which is the Office of the Department of Justice, is managed by them. Remember, once you pay money, you must be liable. You cannot have an expenditure without accountability. That's the truth of the matter. Now-
Sorry, if I could interrupt, there's just a request, if you may. I'm told the Mogale City bus is leaving, so the people from Mogale City, unfortunately, will have to leave us. But I trust we have heard you. If not, we are the first station that we are coming to. And thank you for coming, the people from Mogale City. Yeah, you can proceed, sir.
All right, yes. Coming to universities, when students go through a protest, there's an interdict issued with immediate effect. So now we want to understand when interdicts are summoning students to appear at court, what is the right way to deal with these things of interdict? Because the truth of the matter, once the university are forced to interdict students, it means it limits their right of expression. That thing on its own, it holds a strong threat to the student movement in institutions of higher learning. If you see the management of the university affording to abuse their respective official powers, it is in the sense that of compromising views of students at large. If you look also on the matter of ATM bombing, it's a problem nationwide, especially in our rural areas. How far are you with the number of cases in terms of ATM bombing? Because if you go back to our homes, the ATMs there, most of them, they're no longer effective. People are no longer going to our rural areas to assist with ATMs. Even location areas like Soshanguve, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, you find that Capitec, ABSA, Standard Bank, they are telling you, when we bring an ATM here, it's going to be bombed very soon. What is the point? Then it creates unnecessary challenge economically for people to go to town to access that particular resource of capital called money. Then we're requesting that if you make a strong follow-up around those cases of ATM bombing, it will quite assist us in that situation. Now, in order to eradicate this racism in our country, let's check the number of acts existing that are from the apartheid regime up until now. Like if you check the Divorce Act, is the Divorce Act of Divorce Act 70 of 1979. It means it was crafted by individuals from the apartheid regime. The nature on its own speech speaks from people from the apartheid regime. If you go to the South African Dental Council, you have an act of 1979. That on its own cannot speak the interest of the current times. Therefore, my request to your attention, the Office of the Minister, is that afford to review all the legislatives that were conducted or amended before 1994, because the reality of the matter, remember that time, there was no justice. There was a faction of one direction, focusing on a group of people. So we're now in a democratic country. If we're indeed in a democratic country, automatically let's abolish anything that affords to carry any ideology from apartheid regime. So we can afford one thing, unity and a diversified environment. Lastly, my leader, the hierarchy of our cases that are presented in terms of our country, dealing with them legally so, it's quite of a challenge. If, let's say, you are from a rural area, you lodge a case of gender-based violence, the case might not be taken serious. But let's say a child from Stellenbosch lodges a case, then the case gets the attention of the media also. That is a problem on its own. So now, we need to understand the importance of equality. If the concept of equality cannot exist from your office, automatically fairness in the entire globe, it will not be practiced. Reality of the matter is that the Office of the Minister is that most of the students they would have loved to participate in this gathering. That is the truth of the matter. The nature in which we are arranged, you see the chairs are now empty, is because people, they ate, they're done, they're leaving. It means we're all pushing time to eat. The objective is now here. How do we find ourselves inclusive of everyone? There was no structure presented. We are supposed to be having a structure inclusive of all the sectors in the country. Students to start with, learners, TVET sectors across the country, community members, forming a one formulated structure that's going to present all these challenges. Then we form one unit, one response, one mouth, one word. Then automatically racism will be able to challenge it. But if you can see the way it is right now, people came here based on the fact that they know who, they don't know who, they're related to who. That's the truth of the matter. If you can ask anyone here, there was no any official communique that was sent to various respective universities, colleges, or departments or organizations. The leadership at the back there from the environment of the culture, of the religion, indicated that there was no any proper communication. He just arrived because two people, they called him. If you are free, afford to arrive. Then it shows indeed this thing automatically, the way it is like it has been stolen. It is not necessarily allowing other comrades to come and participate freely and fairly. So my request to you is that let's form a structure that must be inclusive, starting number one with students, because the truth of the matter, the country moving forward is now dependent on university graduates. That is the fact of the matter. You comrades, you have done your part. You have paved the way forward for our people. We need to take the knowledge and content of wisdom from your comrades. But how do we do that if we are not included in processes? The truth of the matter is that we are having universities of technology, we are having TVETs, then we are having other traditional universities. We need to find a way to make them equal to the task of deployment to the office of powers. The truth of the matter. If you check in Parliament, there's no large number of people from universities of technology, from colleges. Most of the people affiliated that they're from traditional universities. The year 2015-16, it was a struggle of free education. People who are affiliated in Parliament and co-opted in Parliament and viewed as free education activists are from the Witwater strand. Fact of the matter. Now we go back and ask ourselves a question. How are we segregated? Which clause was utilized in terms of deploying members to Parliament, especially graduates from universities? That on its own, it creates a problem. It makes other people from other various departments not to be inclusive, not to participate, not to show interest. That is why earlier on I had to ask the lady, Dr. Kaniba, the one from VES, that if you are here alone, well, you know for a fact there's a committee of a department inclusive of other universities. Why couldn't they come at least with one from VUT or TUT or CPUT? Those are the universities of technology. If we find that inclusiveness in this particular situation, finding expression, automatically even as we find confidence in our system, knowing that we are all here. We can have this pledge here, we sign it. But the fundamental key point is that did we achieve the mandate? Because the mandate is that when we live here, we must also hear from your side a commitment stating that all the frustrations on this day, we will be responding. Liars with who and who and who. And then matters of safety. The Department of Subs was supposed to show its availability here. Because remember, in order for a matter to go to court, number one, we need the person who has arrested you. The person who arrests is a police official. They are unfair arrest, the truth of the matter. And we have seen that with students. One student, therefore, to protest. The office of Begikele just jump and arrest students. Fact of the matter. The moment they get to be arrested, future is compromised. Tomorrow is disturbed. The future of the country is now fragile. You saw statistics was presented here. But that man was presenting the stats. He was quite bored. Because those are numbers. The poverty encountered there, he's not the one encountering the poverty. To him, it's a matter of numbers. Unemployment is just a figure that, no, we're having plus minus 75% of blacks going through poverty, 1.5 million of blacks unemployed. To him, it's just a matter of numbers, stats. The truth of the matter is that we are going through it. We are feeling that. I spoke earlier on, my leader, that I fought
My
to
leader, I want you to conclude. ne?
Yeah, I'm doing that, my leadership. Remember, I'm trying to utilize this opportunity for the fact that there are those ones who are not here.
I'm generous to you.
Thank you, my leader. You are a good leader. You must continue doing that.
Mandla.
Away too. Amanda. So, now, remember with us, the country doesn't belong to a white person or a black person. It belongs to a constitutional citizen of the country. When we speak of a constitutional citizen, it's one who's kept in the database and being a South African official or a South African rep or a South African. Simple as that. So now, if you check the point of entry of many people in our country, it becomes a problem now. So, the office of the immigration team, they are not here. They should be explained to us why in Sunnyside we're having a large number of foreigners. That is the truth of the matter. We had a rape case on Friday last week, and Nigeria raped that particular child. When we went to the Nigeria, it doesn't possess any document, any legal document of being in the country. But the person is owning a building. Then it shows the country is led by capitals, money. That person is a student of our own. If we don't have money, we cannot lead. We cannot express ourselves properly. Now we need your department, more especially, also on our councils like CHE, SAQA, to come and assist with the confidence of our students that fairness is going to exist. Because we're having other students, earlier on I presented the matter also, of dental technology. Those students, they are denied the right to registration with the council. The only fundamental that prevents them from registration is that the council finds them not equitable enough to be registered. Remember, there's a university with statutes. After passing the university says you are competent. Like for instance, right now, let's say you have done your national diploma in law. There's a council of lawyers.
But yesterday you raised that issue last time.
Yeah, I did. I want to emphasize it to you where it comes from.
No, I got it, and I understand the issue.
And you are attending to it. You are attending to it.
But it's not the Department of Justice. So we'll liaise with the body, the department that does the registration.
My
so
point
that we
is,
attend to that.
the council has interdicted the students from coming to them. That's where it comes from now. Okay. That is why it is brought to you.
Okay.
That's why I arrested, because they are now going to appear at court on Friday.
Okay.
So, my leader, this is the only opportunity that we're having with you. So afford us the opportunity of giving us the confidence that you will resolve to all the issues that are raised to attention. Let us not just come here to access the budget of the state or whatever. Let's make it a point that we do justice to our people. We are here at the high places, a 5-star place. To us, it means nothing. The person who owns this thing, these are cents.
You've raised it as
I
well.
raised that.
Yes.
So please make sure.
So my leader, I mean,
My
let's give
point
other
is,
people
my
a
point is,
chance
moving
now.
forward, this
Yeah.
thing must never sit here again. Just make sure of that.
Yeah. That you also raised.
Yeah, make sure of that. I'm emphasizing it.
All right.
Because we are living.
Okay.
Thank you, my leader.
All right, thank you.
Amanda!
All right, look, there are very key issues that we've raised, sir, so we'll take those things. But the donor funding, all government departments can get donor funding, it comes from Treasury, but the budget vote for the Department of Justice is 18 billion. That is from the taxpayer. So whatever is written there is a very small figure compared to 18 billion, which was passed last week, if I'm correct, the DM, when the Yes, the minister presented the budget vote last week. All right. So, yeah, I think there's a lady at the back, but we've noted the issues. And maybe just before we pass, we've got a lot of colleagues here also with who are advocates and lawyers that can give you advice, especially for the students. But largely, we run the courts. We create the environment for people to appear in court. But we do not represent people as the department, right? So, and it's a fundamental distinction. So if you are indigent, you don't have money to get a lawyer, the department has a department called legal aid, right? It's established in terms of the law, they are funded, and those are the people that then represent. But it's not there's no official from the Department of Justice that can go and stand up for you in court, because then will be the referee and the player. But it is important that the students who are appearing before the courts work, they are given due opportunity to present themselves, they are fairly represented so that their matter can be heard. So, Madam, my apologies, but proceed.
Thank you so much. My name is Lesego Mazibuko. I'm from Valued Citizens Initiative. I'm a facilitator for a program called Sondela Dialogues that we conduct in schools with the youth from grade 9, and we follow them up to grade 12. Now, yesterday, I'm rising to maybe ask, or I don't know if it's a question but it's more of a concern from our learners. I think I stand as the voice of the learners. Before lunch, the statement that was made by the facilitator there was about accountability and how we should, what should we do to hold you accountable or the government accountable. So what we emphasize most of the time, especially in our dialogues, is that whatever happens around us, the social ills, the discriminations that we face, everybody has a role, and it is not a blame game that will get us forward to say it is the duty of who so-and-so to do this, it is the duty of so-and-so to do this, but more a focus on what is your role as a citizen of South Africa in combating the social ills that you face from home, in the community, in the classroom, and finally in the country at large. They say that we have a tendency as a country, and maybe it is a tendency from home that escalates into the classroom, into the community, and into the country at large. A tendency of waiting for something to happen, for action to be taken. And as in this platform where we are face to face with a government department that is active in making sure that justice prevails for these social ills or for these kinds of discrimination, we are saying, do we have to wait for that LGBTQI member to be killed before we do something? Do we have to wait for an issue like the one that happened in Stellenbosch to happen before we act? Can we not focus on prevention rather than cure? And I asked them, but what do you think? Because this is the mentality that we want to instill in our learners, that you have a role. No matter how big the issue is, you have the role to play. So I said to them, what do you think that we can do as a prevention measure? And they said through programs through programs that will ensure that discrimination behaviors are unlearned and peace is restored. And also through perpetrator restoration programs, because victims are sort of put on a pedestal, but there is a whole victim triangle where there is a perpetrator, there is a victim, and there is a rescuer. And we don't want to be part of that triangle. We want to eliminate. We want to make sure that the perpetrator unlearns these behaviors. So there needs to be programs of restoration for perpetrators. There needs to be justice for victims. And we need not be rescuers, but instead, as the government or as the community at large, be the ones to educate, be the ones to put prevention measures in place, instead of always having to deal with the cure. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I think very important points that you have raised. And I think earlier on somebody talked about the rights of the victims. Right, it's something that we were seized with, that we are aware of, that Section 35, if I'm correct, speaks to the rights of the accused persons. So there is a bill under development for ensuring that the victims also have rights that can protect them. Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
Good evening. My name is Esther. I'm also from Valid Citizens. So earlier on...
The name is?
Esther.
Esther, okay.
Yeah. I'm based in Diepsloot. I live in Diepsloot. So all of these attacks, Dudula, and so I've experienced them firsthand. And even the undocumentation situation that we spoke about, which for me is a huge thing when it comes to discrimination. I was a child born in South Africa. My parents are not South Africans. But the only land I know is home is South Africa. And it has become such a challenge to get access to knowing how do I get documentation, to a point where I was harassed sexually by someone at Bara when I went to ask for proof of birth. So it's that thing that says that, can we have information out there? Can we know where to go? Because now I'm victimized and I'm being told that Bara doesn't have my information. I need to bring something as proof that I was born there. Where do I find that proof? I need to go to the police station to get an affidavit. When I get to the police station, they tell me they cannot get involved with that. It's not part of their work. Where do I go? Now I have a child who's undocumented. What steps do I take? He nearly didn't go to school because of that. I was asked to pay money for him to get to school, and I refused. And I was like, but this is his right. So they tell me because I don't have a documentation and I'm a foreigner, I think I know, I know a lot. I know too much, as they say. And also when it comes to the police, I have a friend who's facing gender-based violence. And I said to her, she's been with this man, and whenever she moves, he will look for her, torture her. And I said, why don't you get a protection order? And she said to me, anyway, it doesn't help. The police will come, they'll take him, tomorrow he'll be out. Or they'll tell you they don't get involved. I experienced that also. When I went to the police station, they just said, here's a form, fill it. Like, I don't remember who was talking about it. I did not know what to do. I went back home. My ex is South African, and he said to me, no, either way, they won't help you. You don't have a document. I gave up. And for years, I was scared. Is he going to kill me? Is he going to... I was not free. And the police could not even explain to me what are the procedures. So I had to say, okay, because I don't have a document, then I have to experience these things. Sorry. Oh, and I just wanted to also, this is also related to education, which is also discrimination. We send our kids to school. My son once shared to me that he was bullied. And I asked him, did you talk to the teacher about it? He was like, yeah, and the teacher's like, no, it's fine. She'll talk to the other learner. And I asked myself, do I just go into the school and ask the teachers, what are the procedures that you're following to fight this kind of situation? Because now I don't want my child to feel uncomfortable at school. He's at school, he has to be safe. And we're also told that, okay, learners are given, for example, homeworks thrown at us as parents. I come back from work, I have this bunch of homework that I have to help. And I'm like, isn't there certain procedures that teachers follow? And yesterday there was a conversation that we had here that there are protocols that are followed and certain things that are happening in the schools, but in the communities, in the townships, Diepsloot, like Alex and all of that, learners are complaining about the same thing, feeling unsafe, teachers are not committed. What is happening? What is the way forward? And honestly, when it comes to documentation, for me, that hits home. Because right now, I feel like I'm stuck and discriminated. Whenever I leave work, there are police that are parked outside the entrance of Deep Slot. The minute the taxi arrives, you get off, they start searching. They put you in the taxi, in the van immediately. We don't know what's the procedure. If you don't have money, they beat you up. Last week there was an incident where this guy got off the taxi, he's scared. He ran, he doesn't have a document. They chased him and they beat him up. There are people who are selling food right there. They kick the pots, they dish up for themselves. Is this the way we're supposed to live? Should I be afraid, coming back from work, that the last memory my son will have is that mom went to work and never came back? Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's very sad indeed. So we'll try and help you with Home Affairs because you were born in this country, so there are procedures of, getting to the schools that you've attended, getting the, I think the report, affidavits from the teachers, because there are people that know you, especially if you were born there. So those affidavits can then assist you so that you belong to a country. You can't be a citizen of nowhere. A citizen that has no state, So we'll take up those matters with SAPS. DM, we've got a court that we've done in Deep Slot. We're in discussions with Gauteng. It's ready. There's just some issues with, I don't know if Gauteng is here or they're online. But there is a court that is ready. There's just issues that we need to fix between ourselves and SAPS around, the utilizing the space and all that. But it's ready, and it's specifically built in the police station so that, matters like DV, harassment, maintenance, and all that, because these people have to go to Randburg, if I'm right. Am I right? The Deep Slot people have to go to Randburg. And that's quite far, and yet there is a court there. So I'd appeal that we kind of have a meeting with your counterpart in SAPS to sort out this issue, because at an official level, it seems like we're not finding each other, to sort out. I mean, it's a government building, and it's meant for South Africans. So we need to open the court so that the people in Deep Slot can then have access to justice, because that's what we want to do. We specifically build it there so that you don't, because in the past you'd come to Pretoria, if I'm correct. And then later when jurisdiction was changed, now must go to Randburg. And Randburg is very difficult to get to by taxi. Even the taxi rank is very far from the court, So we'll see what we can do to assist and alleviate, your pain. Are there any further questions or comments? So let's agree he'll be the last man standing, and then we wrap it up in terms of how we see it moving forward. Yeah, yes, sir.
Good day, leader. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you could speak up a little bit, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. My concern.
Okay, the mic to your
Okay.
mouth.
My concern is that when we are part of school, let me say from primary, secondary, tertiary, when we were growing, there was this thing whereby as students, they would call us and say we must attend something like a program, whereby in that programs, they teach us more about justices. We go to those random places. We usually call them random places because those places were scary, so that you will know that in the future, when you commit, let me say, when you think you are smart than the law, you know the consequences. So now we must go back and redress those issues, because we do have Batu principles in the way, but we are not using them accordingly. So we must ask ourselves as leaders, where did we go wrong? What happened? So we must go back to those ways, because as us now, sitting here, we are the future right now. We are the future of this country. So if we don't learn about justice now, when we learn about justice, because at the time we will be older, we will be like, justice doesn't exist in South Africa. So we must learn justice while we grow from primary, secondary, from our institutions. We must apply justice so that we can know that we must abide by the law. Second thing, in our communities where we came from, there are programs, but those programs in our communities, they are not funded. We have NPOs, NGOs. I was once part of NPO, Helping Hands, in Ekurhuleni. So in the programs, we deal with gender-based violence, racism, and so forth and so on. So in those programs, we teach more about gender-based, how do we protect ourselves, the people and the community, how do we move from gender-based violence. If, as men, we take a stand against gender-based violence, people in the community will be like, these people are crazy. Because we are men, we are taking a stand against gender-based violence. And other men, they are not taught more about gender-based violence because there are no programs where we come from. We need those programs so that the men can also take a stand against gender-based violence. Gender-based violence, it doesn't mean it happens to women only. It also happens to us as men. So all of us, we have to have those programs, NGOs and NPOs, whereby they will be funded so that they can help in the communities. Because the communities need such programs so that they can move forward. Without those programs, it feels as if we are moving backwards. Another thing, in the communities, we also have these illegal, what can I say, guns. We have illegal guns in communities. And there's a crime. There's a lot of crime happening in our communities where we live. And we are not safe in our communities. Anytime you will think that now it's time to go to the shops or take a walk, you are not safe. You are not feeling safe in that community. You will think that, hey, somebody is looking at you. You never know what will happen at that time. So we need those ways whereby we will say, now we are safe in our communities. We will walk freely in our communities. Nothing is happening in our communities whereby there's a crime that's happening in the communities. Each and every single day, there's a crime that is reported in the communities. But when you go to the police station, like me, if I go to the police station and say, I'm opening a case against this person, if it's known as at the police station, they will say, where are the facts? You must bring us something that's tangible. So what's the use of going to the police station at that time? So I see no use of going to the police station. That's why most of the times the people end up doing justice themselves to those people because they know if they go to the police station will want something that will be tangible at that time. So let us go back to the ways we're doing things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the DM, because he's about to leave, to address us and how he sees the way forward. Thank you, DM.
Thanks very much, and thanks for all the inputs. Look, a lot of the points were raised by people from Mogale City, so I'm not going to respond to those. But I think, let me just start with the last speaker. It's obvious that you can't just go to a police station and expect that you can accuse somebody without having some kind of evidence, and you want the police to arrest them without some kind of evidence. Would you like to be accused by somebody who you maybe had a row with, who goes to the police station and tells the police that you beat them up? I don't think you would. The police would need to get medical evidence, they'd need to get a statement, those kinds of things, names of other witnesses, that kind of thing. So I just sort of wanted to respond to that. I mean, South Africa is a big country. It's not just government that can do everything. It also depends on people, South Africans, people in our communities, even people from other countries who are here, to organize themselves and to work with government. So, for example, one of the things in the last 20 years that has happened is there's been a lot of space made for involvement. So you complain about schools. You've got a school governing body, okay? Elected from teachers, parents, students. What's the SGB doing if there's a problem with the school? Have you tried them? A complaint about policing, which there seems to have been a lot of here. There's a community police forum. Do you know about it? What's your role with it? Have you been to see them? They're separate from the police. We've got ward committees at the council, and I think some of the elections have been taking place, I'm not sure so much here, but in KZN, where you elect the ward councillor during the local government elections. They then have to set up a ward committee and have people who are elected to those positions representing different sectors. You've also got constituency officers from members of parliament Esther, your issue, I don't know where the nearest constituency office is if there is one in Diepsloot, but those are some places where some of those issues can be taken up, although we'll assist. On the issue of a TUT, you would have an SRC or a number of SRCs per campus. You've also got SASCO. Please be involved in those structures. And definitely here we can't do everything. So some of these issues on the dental technicians and the recognition of TUT, I suspect it's a CHED issue, what's Council for Higher Education and the accreditation, I think. I don't know. I'll speak to my colleague, Deputy Minister Buti Manamela, but there's also sort of limits to what we can do. So look, we've said as far as Mogale City, who've now gone, that we're going to go back there. And I hope that work can be done in bringing in the relevant role players. Maybe in Gauteng, mining is an issue, but in many places you wouldn't have involvement from Department of Mineral and Energies, but they're going to be needed there. There's been issues raised of the need for public education around issues, around protection orders. How do they work? They are just a piece of paper, but if the person breaks the order, he can get arrested. And not arrested until the police feel like releasing him, arrested and have to appear in court and argue in court that he must get bail, that he must be released. So it might just be a piece of paper, but the effect of that court order is quite extensive. So yes, we do have a public education and communication section within Department of Justice, but we will also work with community-based organizations to assist you with programs. I think, Mr. Malema, it was raised at Krugersdorp Court, I think not enough, people not being informed about the protection orders. We do have our documents in all 11 official languages, so we need to make sure that the languages mainly spoken in Mogale City, that pamphlets on those matters are there in those relevant courts. So look, I do have to leave to catch a flight. I am sorry that my eyelids got a bit heavy, but as Mr. Malema said, yesterday I flew in from a workshop, a seminar in Britain, and I'm human, sorry. So, but I think that I get the sense that there's a TUT grouping here. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if you're the only person from TUT. There's a number of people. Okay. So right, then fine, to the TUT people, what would you like us, I don't know if you're all from one campus, what would you like us to do? And please make contact with Justice, either at a national level or the regional office. When Mr. Malema is not acting as DDG for court services, he's the regional head of the Department of Justice in Gauteng. So I think from that sector, look at what you're wanting from us. We may have to work with higher education to see the issues that they want addressed. So I think, please, what I'm asking for is everybody to do their bit. Let's take GBV. It's committed mainly by men. I'm a man, us men. We're doing the GBV. Not entirely. Sometimes a man will be beaten up by their woman partner, but it's quite few and far between those cases. They're a very small proportion. But they're committed by people who know each other. So it's really, for me, around societal attitude. Somebody raised the issue earlier on of prevention. We've got to change this issue of male toxic masculinity. Men and women are equal. One is not more important than the other. And that's something that men have to accept. And also, I think the issue was raised, I mean, GBV is committed by everybody. 80% of South Africans are black South Africans. So it's obvious that more black South Africans as 80% are going to be committing GBV. But I mean, your most famous intimate femicide trial, I think, was, or the first one that was televised was the Oscar Pistorius one. So, it unfortunately depends on what the media will see as interesting. If it's a sports person, they'll be in the media. Something happens to a celebrity, media. Ordinary person, regardless of their color, less so. So those are the problems. But I think my real urging would be, we've all got to do our bit and find what we can do to make South Africa a better place. And from government side, we will join hands with you on that. Let me leave that as my message. I would need to leave, but you've still then got the acting DDG of Court Services, Chief Director Donnelly Fransman, and then the Chief Executive Officer of the Human Rights Commission, who is a Chapter 9, who watches what we do as government and tells us when we are wrong. So I think I'm leaving you in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you. DM, thank you very much. And we appreciate that you came straight from London to this place. So we're giving you very strict instructions. You're going home, and you're going to do the proper thing now. That is get a nap and rest, because there's a lot of work that's lying ahead of us. Thank you very much. I'd then like to request the CEO to come on stage.
Thank you, colleagues. It's been a long day. I was meant to have left at 2 o'clock, but I'm here. Colleagues, we came basically to hear about the National Action Plan to combat racism, but certainly, that is just the paper. It depends on what happens beneath that. And I think we've had lots of concerns, which all of us, as government, as public servants, as South Africans, have to listen to and attend to. And I'm glad I still have 2 of my colleagues from the commission here, Philip at the back there, and my colleague in research, that they will send the message home to see exactly also how we can also assist as a commission, which has a mandate to protect and promote human rights in our country. And of course, almost everything which has been said here today, it's also about human rights. And therefore, it does show us the state of health in our country as far as human rights are concerned. But colleagues, I want to say the following really in closing, that we have forgotten when we're in our struggle there was a slogan that the people shall govern. That slogan still stands today. The people shall govern. And I think we do need to understand what that means. It does not mean that DM here will govern, or Ndatemalema here, or Daniel. It means we, the people, shall govern. Because we are the ones who elect government, we are the ones who fund government, we are the ones who can take government out of business if we're not happy with them. And I think there's a lot of work which needs to be done for us as the people of this country to basically take back that power. It's our country, it's our government, and all these things we've talked about here today, which are horrible, distressing, to a large extent do highlight the fact that we, as a people, are now taking a step back and leaving everything to the police and dispute or corrupt magistrates and whatever. We need to take charge, colleagues, of our fate of our country, and we elect government to maximize that. If you look at I know there's a lot of wrong with Americans, but if you look at the 1776 Declaration of Independence, it says governments are instituted by people out of their own free volition to maximize their rights. And if those governments no longer serve that purpose, they have the right and moral duty to remove those governments and replace them with other governments. And I think we need to understand this, because I think that has been one of the problems over the past 25 years. We have allowed ourselves, the people, to be marginalized and put in the sidelines. We have the right to demand that those who are in government do what they've been appointed to do. And I think really civil society has to get its act together and work much more closer. But at the same time, it also means bodies like us in the Human Rights Commission also need to take a step back and say exactly what is our role, what are we doing. But it's also very important, colleagues, for public servants, that many public servants, unfortunately, I've been in the commissions since 1996, been monitoring government for the past 25 years. It's actually quite painful when you see a number of public servants who no longer are true to the calling of serving the people. Home Affairs, I was telling the colleagues here that I go to Hillbrow Policing from time to time, and I don't even tell them who I am. Then a policeman stands there and have breakfast instead of serving me. Then I must wait until he's done. That is a culture, colleagues, which we have to fight. That is a culture which we have to eradicate in our prisons, in Kakhis, or wherever. And therefore, colleagues, that's my appeal to you. Unfortunately, I'm leaving the commission at the end of the month, but you'll see me in other spaces. We need to continue. The people shall govern. And we say in our preamble that the government is based on the will of people. It must be here to serve the people. Section 7 is very clear that the state has an obligation to promote and protect and fulfill human rights. If government does not protect human rights, that government does not deserve to be government. Thank you.
Well, that's well said. I want to say, the colleagues from SA Human Rights Commission at the back, if I could, Philip, is it Philip in the front? And Dadegiman. Sandile, and then Philip, where's Philip? Or Philip at the back. So Esther, could you assist Esther, just advise the two gentlemen from the SA Human Rights Commission, so that they can take up your matter and assist you to resolve your matter with Home Affairs and Department of Education, right? So this is what we want to try and see, what the things that we can immediately get you in touch with. It's a process, but the colleagues will advise you exactly how to go about the thing, so that you've got your... Yes, and this man, we don't release him until they resolve the matter, all right? But I'm sure they will do something to help you. Yeah, and that's what we want. We want a government that tries to solve the problem, right? Yeah, immediately, because these are not complicated issues. And I think you are right. You must refuse to pay bribe, right? You must refuse to pay anybody. No cold drink money, no KFC, no sexual favors. We must refuse. And the people that demand those things, colleagues, I think as the CEO said, we must expose them. We are getting paid to do this job. We're not doing you a favor by being here. I'm actually at work when I'm here. Right? I'm not doing you a favor by staying here. And the colleagues that are here, we're not doing you a favor. We are at work, Sipangele, when we are here. All right? And it's up to you. The only way we'll make this country to work is to hold each other accountable. When we do wrong things, you must say so. You mustn't keep quiet. right? You must demand that, remember, like he said, the policeman that was eating. My colleague there was saying she had broken a leg and went to one hospital at night. And the people there were watching what? Muvangor Generations. They were watching Generations. She was in pain. They said, wait, they were watching Generations there. When Generation finishes, they say, what is the problem? Now, we cannot allow that because that's how the system falls apart. And we cannot afford, colleagues, after what we went through under apartheid, to see our country collapse. We cannot afford that because I can tell you it will be very difficult to rebuild South Africa. It will be very, and that all of us have a duty to stand up and do our small bit to make this place to work. And as the Tata Mandela said, it is in our power, right, to make this country to work. So I'd like to give the lady that's really worked on this program. Sometimes we don't quite appreciate the work that, gets involved. When you see an end product and you don't like it, you cut it apart. But there's a lot of work that's gone through this. It's not a perfect document, what we have, but it's a starting document. And that's why we have called you to consult and say, this is what we have done, this is what we think, and we welcome your criticism around some of the things that we have not done well. But I can assure you that through a collaboration with yourself and the Constitutional Development Team and all other colleagues, we will actually get to a better product that will begin to deal with the issues beyond, racism, xenophobia, and other related intolerances, whether it's in education, because, your life is not in segments. It's whole, you understand? So it's not like when you come to the Department of Justice, you can only talk about the justice problems. You talk about your problems as a citizen, because we represent government, so we must connect you with other people in government to actually help you to resolve your issue. Daniel, over to you, madam.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Malema. I think I am just going to keep it very short and sweet. A lot has been said, and I think all the summations and important points have been made. So I think from my side, it just remains to be said that we undertake, as we've said, to note all the comments and proposals, critiques, contributions that have been made. It is being captured. Those two ladies there at the back have been doing a good job capturing the report. It will be shared. I hope you have all completed your attendance register so that we can keep in contact with you. As we said, this is the beginning of the process of review. The governance structure for the National Action Plan has been set up in terms of the highest level ministerial structure. From then onwards, it will be the actual technical and implementation level that needs to be set up. And a lot of the comments and suggestions that have been made have actually emphasized and strengthened that point that sectors need to be represented on that. We, in a way, also need our own NAP advocates, like the social cohesion advocates. We need champions to carry this forward across the country, in provinces, down to community level. And so we do promise that we will be in contact with you again. The DG has mentioned about the Year of the Community. We've got the DDG Corporate Services sitting in the front here. I know for the current year, the APP, it's 250 community engagements. So you will be seeing the department across the country. An undertaking has been made for the Mogale city to be one of the first or the first next one to be engaged. And so I think from our side, the DOJ, we will be working with yourselves, with other departments and all the stakeholders here to carry this work forward. And I think on that note, I will say thank you very much. And tomorrow's Africa Day. The department will be participating in a number of activities. I know at least in Gauteng there is some Expo youth program that the National Action Plan will be promoted at. So I hope to see you all again going forward, and thank you once again, Mr. Malema and the CEO, for staying on, and the DM that is now left. Thank you all very much. Right.
Okay, so that then concludes our work, but I want to leave you with this idea that when we started, it was mentioned that almost 25 years ago, maybe not in this hall, but in this building, people said to negotiate and draft the Constitution. And some people will be remembered for driving a tractor or a truck and crashing into this building because they were opposed to the negotiations. But you see, the forces for change were greater than the people that had brought in tractors and horses and buses to crash the negotiations. They have failed. Now today, you are maybe 20 years later, there will be people that will reflect like we did when we reflected on the ones that wanted to scuttle the negotiations. 20 years later, the people will remember us for meeting here in Captain Park at Emperor's Palace to take forward a project, a nation building. And I think you have done a sterling work by criticizing the work that has been done, making suggestions so that this thing solves the problems that we've mentioned around racism, xenophobia, and other related intolerances. And so I'd like to wish you very well, and that this is the beginning. This is not the end, it's a new chapter that we are starting, and working collaboratively with yourselves, I am confident that the future generations, our children and our children's children, will look back and say, the young lady behind you there, what's your name? When in a blue cap looking back. What's your name? Yep. Mang? Lesego. Lesego's children will look back and say, Mama, you were part of that group in 2022 in Emperor's Palace. What did you say? What did you do? Or you did a sterling work. And I can assure you that you've done sterling work, and let's keep working together. And thank you very much, and go well.